All right, here, actually, let's get into this. I'll go over it. So we're going to be getting back into our whole tile challenge with the over budget builders. For those who don't know what this challenge is,
Fresh Q.
I think we'll leave the queue up. I think we will leave the queue up, and the part of the reason I'm debating that is last time we reset it, it didn't go great. It had some problems, and that's more on likely I need to do some technical stuff on my side. But did you walk out and immediately go down again? Look, man. I'm sorry. I'm not picking you up and patching you up again and again. But yeah. But no, it is I've debated taking like the really extreme words that are, you know, words you never mean in a meaningful way. Like the terms that are like a racial slur, that is the only use of it, and just taking those words and deliberately just saying, hey, if this word shows up, you time them out for 10 minutes, like right on the go. Because I don't want to go right to banning, because it could be that some combinations of letters missed a space and it made it, but with the like not to have to wait for like things to pop in, just to like immediately like slap the person and be like, don't use that word. But genuinely speaking, the R word is a word I would potentially put in there, even though it does have valid uses, because no one is talking about fire suppression using that word unless they're just trying to find an excuse to use that word, or we're discussing the concept of that word. Used to be a trucker? That's fine. There's only one game we talk about, you know, talk about that. And even then, it almost never comes up. But it's just one of those things. It's like, yeah, very clearly, that word doesn't need to be used. And it'd be the same with like the C word and all those ones. It'd be like, yeah, if someone used that word, just immediately like slap them and be like, don't. You know better. And if you don't, now you do. But yeah, so anyways, now that I've gone off on a tangent, we were having a conversation here over on the Twitch side before I switched games to this. So it's a whole thing. But yeah, so when you look up here, what the idea behind this is, you'll notice this like little white border here. I can't build out here, but I can build anywhere inside here. So the whole tile challenge is to build in every single bit of usable space. Now, it's not a challenge that has like this big long list of rules, it's more thematic, but the biggest rule is I can't just go farming land or stockpile, boom, done, I've covered it, that's fine. The idea is I must do something meaningful with it. I have to actually utilize that space. So in theory, I could have a very large farm if I was actually utilizing it and everything. Also, truckers call them engine braking. Yeah, that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. It's like, because I mean, if you can imagine from the context of people who actually work with that type of braking and all that, they don't go out in public and just have a conversation about braking and drop the R word constantly, because people out of context are going to immediately be upset with them because of all the negative connotation that word has. And so they're going to describe it more specifically as engine braking. Because it's I believe it's engine resistant braking, where it, you know, effectively uses the gearing of the vehicle to slow down your vehicle. So it's just kind of one of those things that people who fight back on like not allowing it, it's like, look, man, just say you want to say hateful things. It's fine. It's not fine. I'm not going to let you, like, you're not going to be welcome anywhere. But look, if you really want to be awful, I mean, you can choose not to be. Yeah, but, Oten, I know you're saying that there are more uses for that word, but generally speaking, like, even in those industries, you stop saying those words for the most part. Like, even when you're talking about fire suppressant, they don't use the R word that much anymore, even though it is technically accurate and all that stuff. They say fire suppressant. Let's see. She also wants you to take care of 2 ibexes, and you're gonna give me goodwill. Sure. I will take care of your pet ibexes. Do you have a trucker that... Do you have to be a trucker to know that term there? No, not really. People here know that the word has multiple purposes and all that. But Jen, like... But yeah, like that's... It's a thing you even do in normal speech. When you have a word that's close enough to a problematic word, you tend to be very careful to emphasize what, like, to make it very clear you don't mean the harmful word or whatever. But yeah, we can move on from that as well. Okay, so we made the club. That'd be chaotic awesome. There it is. Is it that shelf? Alright. It's not that shelf. Where did you put it? I watched you walk over here with it. I only see normal quality on this shelf. It'd be normal or higher quality. You just put the club down. I saw you put it in here. It'll have a quality marker on it. So the pour is the gun. Those are clothes. That normal is the mask. Where did the club go? There we go. I guess it just doesn't have a quality marker in clubs. I never really looked at the clubs that often. It's just, it's a slate club. It doesn't have a quality. I see. What happened to the large colony you had? If you're talking about a week ago, we launched the ship. But I've been on this colony. Actually, I mean, I've been on this colony for almost a week. We didn't lose any. But the big colony we had the other week, that one we won the round. We did a bunch of whole things and then launched. Alright. And so, Pool is here for a quest. Herring is still being recruited. We had a point where we had a heat wave, and desperate to save them, we had to run them off the tile on a caravan and bring them back, and I hadn't noticed that it reset them when I took them with the caravan out. It reset the prisoner to no longer be convert, and so they just started gradually recovering. And that said, on the last one we did get, who was it? Chaotic Awesome. We did get them a, one of the trainer things to make it so they could, do social better, so they could be a bit better at doing the conversion stuff. Because right now, unless something changes, there's a very high chance that Chaotic Awesome becomes their moral guide. We just have to live with it. Alright, so we got a stretch. Yeah, no, it's very, like, it is a deliberate thing that we choose to moderate. And I've had people sit there and be like, but, you know, self-moderating is self-censorship and all that. I'm like, uh-huh, I agree. You're implying that's a bad thing. Like, you know, you're not allowed to go into a theater and scream fire or go into a classroom and scream gun. Like, that's not protected freedom of speech. You can still say it. There's consequences to it. So that's self-censorship at that point. And that's the beauty of it. You go, yeah, it's a bad idea for me to do this. It's a bad idea for me to say this. And so you don't. And when you go and say other things that are awful.
Thank you, Chucky49 for gifting a sub to T Smiley Dom.
Whoa, that's a lot of gifty subs. Let the alert play. Any second now.
Thank you, Chucky49 for gifting a sub to Selphia.
So thank you, Chucky49er, for the 11 gifting subs to T Smiley Dom, Selphia, T Blade, Insane Spork,
Thank you, Chucky49 for gifting a sub to T_Blade28.
Alta Chalupa, let's see, Nash Sarah, or Nashara. The other, I'm assuming that's supposed to be the other guy.
Thank you, Chucky49 for gifting a sub to Insane Spork.
War Scorpion, Hot Richard, Laura Rose, and Mowry. I do hope everyone is going to enjoy their nice advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes.
49 for gifting a sub to Altachalupa.
Who are you for? Oh, Pool. Get out of here, Pool.
Thank you, Chucky49 for gifting a sub to G Nashara.
Oh, right! We were getting a free colonist for that quest. That's right, that's why we were doing that quest.
Thank you, Chucky49 for gifting a sub to the 0th6uy.
Yes, thank you for that. Let's see, it does tickle when people complain about free speech when it's not government that's censoring them. Uh-huh. It's
Thank you,
a whole thing.
Chucky49 for gifting a sub to War Scorpion.
Alright. We're gonna make another club.
Thank you, Chucky49 for gifting a sub to Hot Richard.
You tried, TTS. You really tried to say Hot Richard. You didn't really get there, but you did. An effort was made.
Thank you, Chucky49 for gifting a sub to Laura Rose.
There was an attempt.
Thank you, Chucky49 for gifting a sub to Murray.
Okay, I think that's getting close to the last one. Yeah, it was the last one. But thank you so much for all those gifty subs. I really do appreciate the support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. We do have our brand new person who's joined the colony. So we're going to hit this magic little button here. And Luxray, welcome to the colony. Alright. And don't look too closely at your character in Kenshi. I didn't catch. So for on a Dvorak keyboard, the K and X key are right next to each other. And I may have accidentally hit the K key instead of the X and didn't realize it after I committed it to like hours later. So in reality, in Kenshi, you're Luckray. And I can find a plastic surgeon to fix it someday. But I didn't notice it till like a stream or two later. It's like, wait a second. That's not an X. Alright, so that's going to be our researcher. And they're tough nimble, which is why they are 100% going to be a melee pawn. So we are working on making ourselves another club. Make your research 1? Well, you're set to research 2, which, because the way this works, 1 will be like all the things here, handling animals, and then you'll go to research, and then you'll go to cooking. I could make it 1, it doesn't make a difference, because the only thing lower priority is cooking, so it's literally do that, then this, then that. It's still left to right, so if that's 1, as long as this is lower than research, it'll make no difference. Alright, but with that, we should have a committed research. The whole tile challenge equals you're going to fill up the whole map with your base? Yes. So it is literally the idea here is anything inside that white border line has to have colony built on, because it can't build outside the line, or we would. Gotcha. Oh, yeah. Alright, so Chaotic Awesome should build another club relatively soon. We did tell them to use, like, stone or whatever. Let's go ahead and show that, and that's probably fine. We have plenty of medicine. We can show that one, and that's fine. Alright. Well, that's gonna need tons of material. Oh yeah, we're gonna be living and breathing on drills at some point. You gonna mine off the other world map tile? Probably not. I'm generally not a player who will do the whole thing where I shouldn't have clicked that. It's gonna take a minute to load. Generally speaking, I won't move to like the next tile over, mine out the components, come back, that kind of thing. Or, you know, I have before gone to a neighboring tile to check for an ancient danger when we're desperate for resurrection serum. But yeah, so I won't caravan like there, pop in, mine the ore, there, pop in, mine the ore. You get the idea. I have a pretty strong only one tile situation that we do typically. Like I said, it's very rare, but there has been the very rare exception, like Arco Nexus, where I have a pawn I really want that I might send out in away team going to seek Mech Resurrection Serum. It's never worked out well for me. I'll usually go through like 5, 6, 7 ancient dangers and then lose an extra person or two and be like, this wasn't worth it. Alright, Otan, you have a good one. In the meantime, we're also doing no research, random research. So if you're like, why are you choosing the things you're researching? I'm not. If I look here, there's no research button. I started with no research at all. It's basically like handing the keys to your research over to Randy random and just say, have fun. So we definitely get water wheel almost every single time. Because it's utterly useless on a map that doesn't have a river. Okay, it's around here somewhere. There we go. Alright, so normally I like to have like maybe 2 or 3 absolute max number of melee pawns, and I usually lean very heavily towards range. In this particular case, I got a pawn who's tough and nimble. They're going melee because they have no passion in either. And I got a pawn who's a brawler, which means they're melee. So it's just what it is. Did you unlock all meds yet? Drugs? Not yet. That's another meme we have in the channel. We'll be like waiting for some of the very basic stuff, and I'll be like 2-3 layers deep in the drug stuff just because of the RNG. So I'll be sitting here, it's like, oh good, I can make flake, but also not clothing or stone. Excellent. Perfect. Just what the colony needs. But we can make beer. And I mean by we can make beer is I mean I can attempt it, but I have no control over power. Smithing, that's not actually bad. We can work with that. Smithing would at least let me make helmets and swords as opposed to the clubs. Maybe spears. Actually, spears were their own thing, right? Yeah, now it's long blades. Oh, we can't even make that. I mean, what we got's fine. Maybe we make axes? Maybe the Gladius is pretty good. But yeah, and as a reminder, we are on our push to do the Plus program. So what we're trying to do is hit 100 plus points on Twitch, because if I can do that 3 months in a row, it is tremendous for me and my financial well-being, because it means I get a 10% more cut of every single sub that goes to the channel, which would be huge. It's like getting a whole extra month's pay a year. So we are pushing for it. We are currently at 89 out of 100 points. So we're on that home stretch, but we're also down to the last 4 days. So little nervous about it. Not as nervous as I was yesterday. Yesterday we were much farther away from the goal, and I was starting to stress. But, you know, we have that where it's basically, if we got 2 tier 3 subs, it's done. Like a tier 3 and a couple tier 1s, it's also done. But it only counts if it is your own sub you bought for yourself. Gifty subs don't count, prime subs don't count, bits don't count. So my big ask is if you're going to go ahead and consider like gifting subs or throwing bits at the channel or something like that, if I can convince you to instead consider upgrading your sub, that'll do way more for the channel right now and for like supporting. Normally it'd be the other way around with the bits thing, but this is a special thing. But if I do it for 3 months, it's locked in for a full year at that point, where even if we don't hit those numbers for a full year and all that stuff. Upgrading your gift set. You're upgrading your gift sub counts too. Yes. Anything that you are buying a sub for yourself, whether it is you upgrade your own or buy it or whatever, all of that counts. As long as you are buying yourself a tier 1, 2, or 3 sub. And it's 1 point for tier 1, 2 points for tier 2, 6 points for tier 3. So it's kind of like if you get a tier 3, it's almost like for the dollars getting 1 extra point. Yeah, so we're at that home stretch just trying to get over the finish line. Yeah, no, yesterday we had a bunch of people who were incredibly generous, because we were at something like 60 out of 100, and I was starting to really stress because, like, oh man, we're getting down to, like, I mean, we were at the last week. Why are you beating people up? And put away the food. Let's see. Do you know if someone has multiple months at once? Does it count? It counts when those months would take effect. So, for example, if you bought 3 months of tier 3 right now, 6 points would count for this month, 6 points for next month, 6 points for the month after that. All of that stuff is set up so one person can't just like buy you your entire thing by themselves. Because like if you could imagine you paid for say a year of tier 3 all in one go, that would be, you know, what is it, like 90 points individually, like right then and there. Just so yeah, they don't let you do that. Now let's try and figure out where the heck the gun went. There we go, get you your weapon back. But yeah, so it will take effect at the point, you know, that month goes. So like Cookie was very generous yesterday and actually got us 6 months all at once, which is ridiculous. That means I know for like this month all the way for like all the way to, what is it? August? I think it's August. All the way to then, I know I have 6 points locked in, which is, you know, incredibly generous. Alright. So we've got 2 people who want to bang on things. Alright. Oh, you prep first? Oh, never mind. I'm so used to every single time it being like, oh yeah, you know, like, oh yeah, we're gonna have like, you know, raids immediately, and I have to like run over there immediately. That sometimes I forget to read. The thing I gotta watch for is breach raids. We're pretty good about that. Hey, Moxie, I do ask that you please keep it in English. I mean, I don't actually know the rules over in YouTube, but I do need to moderate my stuff, and if it's not in English, unfortunately, I cannot properly deal with that. Alright. So yeah, so I do speak English. It's the only language I'm actually fluent in. So it is just one of those things I do have to keep the channels in English. Thank you for the 9 bits. Yeah, so I did delete the message since I have no idea what you said there. Nothing personal. Just gotta moderate, and unfortunately I have no way of telling. I mean, I do have ways I could find out what you said. Mad Tortoise. Come on, game. I'm literally dealing with your raid that's still actively showing up. Give me a minute. Why does your kill box look like it's a field of flowers? Because it's a field of flowers. That way trees can't grow in. Oh, sorry, I don't have a challenge command. I probably should get one. Don't do that. But yeah, I know it's a field of flowers. What is the challenge? So the idea with the challenge is you're supposed to build in the entire buildable space of the tile in RimWorld. It doesn't have... Oh, it's a Neanderthal. That's not my favorite. That's the reason why they're knocking everyone down and not dropping. Please go down already. But I'm supposed to build in the entire buildable space. And the idea with that is I have to actually do something with that. I can't just go whole zone, stockpile, we're good. Like, it has to be something meaningful. But it is a long-term challenge in that I've got a lot of building to do. So you always used colony manager mods? You can set cutting zones and all that? Yeah. No, and the reason I choose the dandelions is they actually take a long time before they die off, so I don't have to replace it very often. And then it is actually pretty good for animals to eat. So then raids will be able to come, won't be able to come unless they breach. Well, no. So if I wall off my place, then I'll get almost nothing but drop pods and breaches. Just with the way the AI works. And plus, if I were to close off this area, then every raid would just immediately attack the walls. That said, so I could build up here and say, like, build a kill box up here in the corner that, you know, it's got, like, gaps to work through it. But, the idea is I just put, like, this here would count as built in for the most part. Like, I'd probably put paths or whatever here. But, you know, I've got buildings here and I've got walkways between. That's fine. But the point is my base is supposed to go all the way out to these tiles. Like, in the very corners. Like, there's a little gap, like, that big that you're not allowed to build in along the edges of the map. So, obviously, I can't build there. But it will take me a good while to reach the point where we can do that. So Steel Club, you do 6.27. Slate Club, you do... Steel Club's better. Alright, fair enough. I almost never make clubs, so I never really have to worry about that. Oh yeah, I got a mad turtle out there. I totally forgot about that. Oh yeah, no, I will, you disable sappers, your card. Sappers can be rough. I mean, you have done close to that on a tiny tile with the ship launch, but never really the patience to that. It'll be rough, like especially towards the end. It's going to be a lot of enemies we're gonna be dealing with. Wait, did it already change its mind? Okay, that's fine. Alright, Kak, I'd like you to potentially get up soon, so we can have you grab that gun. Wait, were you our wimp? No, you're not our wimp. Oh no, the person we're still working on here is our wimp. That's right. One day you might find the time to do the whole build tile challenge. Words are hard. Yeah, it'll be a challenge that takes a while. Okay, so go grab your gun. Just so it doesn't sit out there and rot. Cut down that tree, because we haven't quite gotten to the point that that can be used quite yet. Meeple English, that's impossible. Yeah, when we get stones, like probably not this kill box, but whenever we get the path, we'll do the whole thing where you switch from between barricade and columns, so they get slowed down because they have to keep changing what they're climbing over. We can worry about that when we get there. All right. Wait. Why don't someone grab your gun from you? Where did they put it in here? Oh, I have a poor quality revolver. I'll just grab that till I can figure out where the heck your gun went. Because there's a normal quality. They got clothes up there. I need to go through here. And what I'll usually do is I'll dedicate a handful of shelves. Be like, this is the weapons area. I have no idea, because your gun wasn't almost rotten. Like, it still was at like 92%. There wasn't a fire or something to destroy it, nor did someone steal it. Got a couple of knives in here. You gonna post a picture your friend sent you of their RimWorld base in Discord somewhere? Where you put that? I think we have a RimWorld channel. There we go. There's your pistol. Your auto pistol, whatever. Visitors. Cool. Is it a telescope I see? Were you happy to see us? It is a telescope. Once we have people who are not busy being injured, they'll probably get that put in place. All right. They're just waiting for everyone to get all better from their injuries. Because unfortunately, we're terrible shots. Would you two stop fighting? The worst thing is neither of the ideologies I want here. These two have the ideology we're going for. There's that. We have a cowboy hat and a blindfold. Thanks, man. Alright. So you get a little while to heal up. You're almost better. You got a while to heal up. It's a little thing where it'll take a little bit for all that to happen. Gotcha. Oh, as a reminder, this is something that's old information. When you join the Discord, we have there's a roles channel where you can do stuff like opt-in saying, hey, I want to hear when a YouTube video goes live. Hey, I want to know when a Twitch stream goes live. Hey, I want to know when stuff gets announced in the Discord for stuff coming up. But also on top of that, we do have hey, I'm interested in RimWorld. Show me the RimWorld channel. So I do make it so you can kind of make it as as quiet or as busy as you want. So if you want to see all the announcements, you can tick on all the stuff. If you're like, nah, I really only want the channel announcements of when a sponsored stream's coming up or when I'm gonna have a day off or that kind of stuff. Or, I only care about the YouTube videos or whatever. You can choose to have as much or as little information as possible. Because I generally won't go on there and, it's not that I never use at here or at everybody, but usually if I do something like that, it's if we do a major overhaul of roles on the Discord or some other big, hey, I need to announce this kind of thing. So it happens maybe once or twice a year, maybe a little bit more if there's a lot happening that year. But you're talking, you might see one every couple of months at the most. I do try to avoid at everyone for the most part. So someone's... Yeah, we've almost got, Zendoran, converted over. Alright, so we can get a person who's a jealous, slow learner. No, I think I'm good. So the Great Chief wants us to... Alright, we'll do the Goodwill. Okay. Yeah, when this person's out of here, we'll have that bedroom sorted. This is going to be a thing where everyone's going to get their own bedrooms over time. That's a plan, because we have to fill up an entire tile with, buildings. So I need to find useful things to do there. Why not have everyone have their own room as a way of accommodating that? Oh no, you're all good, Luxray. To be fair, about the only thing I figured out with modding over on YouTube is just to right click, kick people, right click, delete messages kind of thing. But yeah, fortunately I don't have that much. Honestly, YouTube tends to be the most hostile of the different groups I deal with, and their basic hostility is all of them just insult your appearance. They'll be like, you look like an old man. You look like a creepy uncle. You're like, cool, man. That's a really weird thing as the thing you're just gonna join and say. And they're just trying to get a rise out of you. That's not what I want. You go here. You there. You can pop back here. You here. You there. Do that. Schedule. I totally forgot. You should be on recreation the whole time. I do dislike when it gives them stuff that they could do what I don't necessarily want them doing. Alright, you can just haul in all that. Okay. Do you have defensive positions? Yes. I forgot, because I have to set it. But once we set it, that'll be a whole thing. Come on into the kill box. Alright. Yeah, later on I'll have enough firepower that I think runs it'll get absolutely peppered on its way in. But we just don't have that much going yet. But yeah, so I've generally found when it comes to moderation that YouTube, I deal with people who are just being, like, petty to try and just get under your skin kind of thing. Like, you know, they'll call you... They'll be like, you look old, you look tired, you look high. Defensive position time? I'm not too worried about right now because we have a guest, but I'll get it set up. It becomes a bigger issue when I got a lot of people. Then I'll definitely get it going. And then TikTok is just weird where they're just like, you know, say the sentence. It'll be just some random sentence. I'm like, no, I'm not going to say the sentence. I'm not a parrot. Why are you sleeping there? There should be plenty of... Oh, never mind. I got rid of him. No, that's fair. But, there's that. And then, honestly, Twitch is the ones that you deal with, like, the... You know, like, kind of the worst ones where you'll have someone who pops in and they'll say something that's very obviously ableist or racist or whatever, and then, you know, you kick them off and they get banned. Like, usually with those ones, you kick them from the channel, a couple people report them, and within an hour or two, they're usually just off the platform entirely. They'll just be, suspended. Twitch is actually pretty good about that stuff. But that's because usually the people who do that, it's not that they hopped in a channel and said something problematic. It's they go to a channel, they say stuff until they get banned, they go to the next channel, they say stuff until they get banned, they go to a channel, they say stuff until they get banned. Like, that's just what they're doing. There's just... That's their idea of an evening. They have so little control over their own lives that that's just how they have to feel like they have meaning or purpose. Why do I have you sleeping on the floor? How rude. Look, man. We're working on it. Like, this isn't meant to be a barracks. It's become one because we haven't been expanding that fast. Which is why it's like, oh, yeah, it's actually a point. I probably should get this sorted. Like, it's just being a barrack. It helps straighten the spine. I mean, it does. Oh no, we're working on the flooring. That's literally what all this tiling is up here, is we're actively working on the flooring. That is a work in progress. We just don't have that many people working on stuff, and we've gotten these two social fighting like 3 times now. Are you putting two bed table for 2 people beds? I usually always put the beds and I'll put it on our side. It doesn't actually help, but harp is useless. I already have one. It looks better. If you're looking for any kind of min-max gameplay, you're not going to find it here. It's just not the way I play the game. I used to do a lot of that kind of stuff, but I've long since lost interest in that kind of gameplay. Yay, harp. Thank you, random research. Definitely what I needed. Yeah, no, I gotcha. I'm mostly mentioning because we got like 105 or something people hanging out, that a lot of people are new here today, which is absolutely a-okay. Like, welcome aboard. But just know if you're looking for a min-max, sweaty, do things like the best they can, perfectly designed kill boxes, you're in the wrong place. End table? Yeah, not some. But yeah, and I usually put those on either side. The end tables don't matter. I'm sorry. Having 1 gives you the bonus. Having 2 doesn't give you 2 bonuses. Yeah, it's like, Penrose like, yeah, when you min-max, you have that 1 learning curve the whole game. It's just easy the whole time. Well, that's the thing, is I used to play RimWorld, not so much, I mean, I played RimWorld pretty much constantly on Twitch. Like, I'll play for a month and a half, 2 months, and then I'll take a break for a month, and then I'll do it again. Oh my god, stop social fighting. I am going to personally kill you. Seriously. That's my problem, is these two have been, like, permanently injured because they're just, every time they interact, they're beating the crap out of each other. Create zones for each person? Oh, no, if I have to micro like that, then I'm not interested. Any game that I have to micro to that degree, nah, I don't even want to play that game. They're just bad moods. No, it's what's happening is they keep trying to convert each other, which I actually don't have a huge problem with. But it's just been bad luck with the RNG that every single time they go to convert, it's going to a social fight. Yeah, Bentley, we removed the make me play a while ago. I put a big announcement on it on the Discord and all that. There was a lot of reasons going into it, and a big one was I knew of at least 8 people who were saving up for it, that it was getting close, and then we had people who had literally over 1 million points that if they wanted could redeem it a whole bunch. And it was kind of one of those things that's just going, okay, this is getting to be just, it's going to go from that rare one-off to just all the time. And there's different ways I could tackle it. That one is I could just increase the cost. That's the easiest one. Just say, like, okay, instead of 100,000, it's 250,000, which would have been simple enough. No, I wasn't the last nail. It's been a thing that's been on the fence for a long time, because also, like, very genuinely, a lot of them don't really perform well as well. It's just kind of one of those things about doing the juggle there. That said, it's not that it's gone forever. It's just going to move from a redeem to a sub milestone reward, so that once people have been sub for long enough, they'll get a freebie like, what do you want me to play? But my plan is to get rid of the I have to own the game first requirement that I had before. But by doing that, I have to make it like a pretty far out milestone. Because I gave the example of, okay, let's say a game is, let's say you're subbing and it's a $5 sub, and how many years it would take to make enough money for, like a AAA game or whatever. And it ends up being quite a few years, and that's not accounting for, like, taxes and everything else. So it does make it one of those things that I, like, very weirdly have to be like, alright, it's gonna be a long time. Oh, it's more than that. Because if you think about it, okay, $5 sub, I only get half of it, so $250. So that means over the course of like 2 years and some change, not counting taxes, it would barely be enough to cover like a $60 game. It wouldn't quite cover that. And then you consider taxes would eat up like a third of that income and all that. It ends up being one of those things that even like if I did it for 3 years, I wouldn't always break even, especially with games getting up to like $70, dollars now. So it's just one of those things. It's going to be a long out thing. It's the point that it's kind of like I haven't been worried about like setting a specific time for it, because like I'm nowhere near. I haven't been streaming long enough for anyone to earn it. Is kind of the way of looking at it. So it'll be back. It's just not going to be back soon. But it'll be a thing. It's just I have to make sure I'm not financially hurting myself. That like literally I'm losing money by doing it, because that'd be a bummer. I have a skill trainer medical somewhere? Where are you hiding? Okay. Where is our skill trainer medical? What I'm going to do is I've got these shelves over here. We're going to storage. Skill trainers go here. Yeah, no, I remember it was, I had gotten a social one, I had gotten a melee one, I had forgotten I had gotten a medical one. Like, we burned all of her money on that. Because that was something I looked at, it's like, okay, oh, there it is. It's, like, right here. Who is getting the medical? We don't have anyone who wants to be a doctor. Let's have Andrew do it to, Okay, so that actually makes Andrew at least a decent doctor now. They at least have one person who's medically competent. So if we deal with like malaria or plague, I can just have them step in to try and help. Which is why I did it. So we didn't have any good doctors and a tile that's slightly higher than average. Slightly higher than average risk of disease. So that would be a way of tackling that issue. Alright, so we're getting everything hauled and cleaned. Let's also check, I believe with the mod I had set the remove pollution zone as our, hey, clean up these rooms zone. And I just do that way you don't have people out cleaning, you know, cleaning the dirt in a field all day long. Research known psychoid brewing, of course. I think you should keep. I need to win the game or game need to be free. Sub-region pricings is the thing. Yeah, but that's the whole thing. Why if I set the milestone out far enough, I don't have to worry as much because the risk of that gets way lower. Because someone subbing the channel for a very long time, with that kind of thing. I'm gonna replace that with the psychoid. I'm not as worried about that because like it's mostly only places like Turkey that'd be a real big problem, but only if they also chose an expensive game. And I'm willing to take the risk that between that many people. Do you have a mod list? Yeah, if you do ! mods, it should show you the list of games. I don't remember. Are you gonna make a fire break? Yes. Eventually. We haven't been worrying about it. I believe that should be up to date. Hospitality is not loaded. So let me quickly adjust. I got one mod is not actually activated on that list. And actually, I need to replace with another one because I have one that's on, like, need to add to that list and one need to remove from that list. So let's go here to commands, mods, edit, conditional effects, if RimWorld chat. So hospitality is gone. And defensive positions. Ooh, I don't remember what the name of the clean zone mod is. I believe I could check that here. Da-da-da-da-da, where are you? I mean, I got, it's like a clean zone. It's not priority cleaning. It's a mod that let me tell it where to clean. I'll just leave it off the list, it's fine. I'll fix it later. Alright, so that should fix the list to at least be closer to correct. It is one of those things that I do kind of wish there was a way I could automate it where when I opened a game, it could just do a check for the mods that I'm running and bring that over. Is there a benefit of having individual rooms for everyone instead of a barrack-style living room? Yes, so when you... Yeah, it's cleaning area. Yeah, so when everyone shares a room, you don't get the same benefit so far as if you have a nice bedroom. As far as, like, I believe it's a higher mood bonus when it's a bedroom. But more importantly, if they're all in the same room, you'll keep getting the disturbed sleep penalty because people walking in and out of the room constantly. So it's, you get rid of a negative and you gain a positive. The game save file has a list with it? No? I have no idea. I'd have to look at it. I'm having good bedroom is a higher mood than good barracks. Plus disturbed sleep. Yeah, disturbed sleep can be bad because it stacks. Let's check, see if we have any of the ones that we have like 2-3 instances of disturbed sleep. So you have just one. But I think you can get up to 3 as like disturbed sleep for a single instance and it fades over the day. But so it can stack up to something like 8, 9 as like a negative, which can be pretty rough. That said, usually it's pretty manageable because you make your barracks really nice. And all that. Is Luxray mad about his club for some reason? Yep, because they won a high-tech weapon. I don't have those, so Luxray's just out of luck. Disturbed sleep is one of the only debuffs that stacks. Do you agree with? Oh yeah, no, I agree with that. Because like, if you're trying to go to sleep and you keep being woken up every 15-20 minutes, by the time you wake up, you're going to be pissed. I just forgot. Hang on a second. We had, was it 11 subs? Yeah, we had 11 subs. I owe a bunch of Lego pieces. For those who don't know, I have a thing on the channel where for every sub or 100 biddies, I have to put a Lego piece on this kit, and we're getting to the home stretch before the kit's almost done, but we had 11 gifted subs earlier, so I need to get those knocked out. So let me catch that up before I forget.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Aura Drag.
So thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting 5 subs to channels. That's 16 pieces. So Ara Drag.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Brobacute.
Brobacute, liked the name. Chuck A. And he and C Average. You all have yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes.
1812 for gifting a sub to Chucky.
What is that Lego kit? It is a Mars rover. But yeah, so we've been working on this. So bear with me. It's going to take me a minute to get this whole thing done. So I got 16 pieces I got to do.
For 1812 for gifting a sub to Indy.
So we've got our first piece here. Some of these pieces are going to be really small, so they're hard to see me put on. So it's a little clear piece there. That's 1, 2.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to C_average.
And get the next pieces out. We're getting pretty close to being done. This isn't going to finish it this set, but we're getting right at the end. And then we have 3, 4, and then this is supposed to go center ones? No, kind of off to the right. So this goes here. Trying to tap that in. I know the camera angle's not the best. I'm working kind of constrained room here. That was 4 we've done so far, and I've got one of these longer knappered pieces. And you go where? You go over here. I think it's there. It's the next one. It's going to be hard to see. So there's 5. Down there. Okay, what was that we had? Was that? Oh, it triggered a hype train? Oh no, someone is doing a train sound. You're trolling me into thinking we have a hype train I gotta worry about. Thank you for that. Alright, so we're at 5 out of the 16 pieces I owe. So 1. 2. Alright. It's gonna take me a minute. I gotta fish out all these pieces. Alright.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
Alright, and what was the gift there? Oh, 400 biddies. Thank you so much for that. So I was at 5, so that puts us up to 20. So I got 15 more pieces I owe if my math is correct. Alright, so with that, we have... Hi.
Hi, husband. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Have a good night.
You have a good night as well.
You're handsome.
You're pretty. I love you.
I love you.
Alright.
Enjoy building your My Little Kitty.
Little kitty.
Yeah.
Excellent. So, that's our 200 biddies. And thank you so much for that. As a reminder, we are trying to go for the Plus program, so we are 11 points short of the 100 points we need. So if people upgrade their subs, that'll help that. So any support is welcome, but if you're trying to get the most mileage, that'll help. So that puts us at 17 pieces I have left to go. So there's one. We'll say 17, 16, 15. 14, 13, which way to go? 13, 12, 11, and then I have a sticker here I gotta put on that. I'm gonna do that close, because stickers are those ones that can be hard to place. Because you can't see it on your end, but I have to like really stretch my arms out across the desk. That is a terribly stuck sticker, and it's there. It's our life. We live with it now. Don't look straight at it; it'll hurt your eyes. Oh man, it's so bad. I'm not gonna be able to peel it off either. All right, we're at 13 left. So that's that thing. All right. We're really close to being done. Got you. I've got you. And you. So then... Oh, it's got a piece stuck in my... One moment. Go.
Yay.
That'll be...
Points for pieces.
Then 11.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Infinity Simplex.
Okay, and that's... So we're down to 11, and now we're back up to 13 for the gifty sub and 100 biddies. So thank you for that gifty sub and 100 biddies.
Yay. Woo woo.
14 pieces left are... It's really hard when they go up and down like that for me to keep track of what's happening. So I believe I'm at 14 pieces to go. So then... $13. Okay, so after that, so we have 13. Okay, and then 12. You face this way. Oh, 11. Do that again, it looks like. So 11. And... This is kind of a weird one. This will be 10 once it's in position. Get that. 11. That'll be 10. You're facing this way. It's tricky to hold it with all his hands. 10, 9. 8. Oh, come on. It's such a weird order they've done this. That's so kind of tricky to do this. 8. And then we have 7. All right. I remember if it was an 8 or 7, so I'm just gonna go with 8. 8, 7. No. It'll be 6. 6. And then we have. Where do you go? So turn this way. Oh, that's upside down, isn't it? There we go. Head upside down. Alright. So then this will be 5. Alright, where are you at? And then 4, 3, 2, and this whole thing goes where? Turn it so I can face it the same way I'm supposed to look. And you go on the front here. I'm not seeing that little arm you're pointing at. Am I not looking the right place? We got this here. Oh, here it is. There's a little arm here. You can barely see it. Kind of tucked away. There we go. So you're supposed to go on the bottom of that. Okay, let's do... So we got 2, so then 1, which goes through here, and then 0 is a worm gear that goes in there. Alright, come on. And 0, and it's supposed to go the whole way through. Alright, so we're all cut up in the Lego pieces, so that's good. Alright, this is what we're down to. The last little bit, and then the kit is done. It's so hard to tell how many pieces are in there because they're all tiny, tiny, tiny pieces. Okay, so sorry that was a whole thing, and thank you. I didn't see how far that hype train got. Looks like it's a level 3 hype train with 6 subs and 800 bits. So I do really appreciate that support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. So thank you for all of that support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. But as a reminder, we are trying to go for the Partner Plus program. So if you do look down there where it says 89 out of 100 in the bottom left, we do need 11 more plus points to qualify. I've got 4 days to make that happen. Or, you know, it's not all is for naught. Like, you still obviously get paid for all the subs and everything. But that is the milestone I gotta hit, is to try and get across that finish line, because if we do, it means I get a 10% higher cut per every single sub that people buy on the channel for, for the channel. So instead of being a 50-50 split between me and Twitch, I get a 60-40 split in my favor if I do that for 3 months. But only tier 1, 2, and 3 subs you buy for yourself count. Gifty subs don't count, Prime subs don't count, bits don't count. And that's not my choices. I'd rather not that be that way, but that is what it is. So we are trying to push to make that happen. All right. Research known stone cutting. Thank you, dear goodness. So we are getting to the point. This is intended. Well, we're intending on moving the dining room somewhere. Because right now our dining and our production room are the same room. And there really isn't enough room.
Thank you, Harry Polzak, for subscribing for 2 months.
Thank you, Harry Polzak.
Closer. Dot.
Thank you. Thank you, Harry Polzak, for the tier 1 sub. You've been subbed to the channel for 2 months. I really do appreciate that. Pushing us up to 90 out of 100 plus points. So only 10 plus points to go. So thank you so much for helping us inch a step closer. Can't we do like 150 splits? Stupid math. I know, right? Yeah, so we're getting really close. Hey, Dev So Dusty, how's it going? Alright, I don't really see a good place to fit another bench in here. Which is kind of a problem. Because they're packed in. It's mostly because of these tables. So we're definitely going to need a dining room. So what I could see doing is moving up here to expand the base into this area. Because if we expand the base in this area, that'd probably give me a little bit more room to put like a proper dining room in here. As well as, expand just in general. Now, what I would like to do is now that we have stone cutting, I'd like to find some place I could just shove this in here real fast. That's not super in the way. It's interesting that I can turn it one way and not the other. You know what? That's fine. I could live with that. But we'll get them starting to cut brick, and we'll start making this out of stone up here. And we will go and expand stuff here. I do think this will be one of those things that what I'll do is I'll delete this wall after we close the larger space. And when I close that wall off, we will get something up here. So I have a couple ideas of what we could do up here. One is I could sit there and make, the dining room, rec room as a separate entity. That would be fine. I could also see moving our housing up here. So instead of where I got these scattered bedrooms down here around there, I could repurpose some of those into something else. And then up here I could go and make what's like effectively an apartment building or something like that. We'll see. Right now they're still trying to get all that flooring sorted out. It's fine. All right. So Fumble joins. You're not telling me what Fumble is, so you're on your own. I actually almost never take the missions unless I'm really desperate, where it's like, we'll give you a random colonist. It's like, nah, if you won't tell me what you are, I'm not interested. Because the number of times I get that, it's like, they're addicted to Psychoid. Also, they're missing one of their legs. Also, they're, abrasive meandrist. And you're just like, yeah, you know what they're doing? They're taking a walk. They're no longer a member of this colony. I'll take the penalty for not helping. Because, seriously. Alright. Also, they're a pyro. And somehow they have a 5th negative trait. Oh yeah, and they're 69 years old. Bad back frail. And he was like, RimWorld, why? Oh, I didn't even look. Oh, actually. Let's have a little look here. Social, nothing available. Not having a chance. Nope. Nope. Okay, well, never mind then. Oh, right. You're still like, you're a teenager. That's why. I totally forgot how young that one was. Inspired taming. Is there an animal I want to snag on the tile? Not especially. A boomalope wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. A megasloth can be fun, but I don't actually want to deal with it, I don't think. They eat a pretty big amount. I could see doing the boomalope to have a nice supply of chem fuel for later. Wouldn't be the worst choice. Why not? Tame. Do it now. Because you have Inspired Taming, which means you guarantee a victory. It's a great way for getting Thrumbo, is if you have Inspired Taming and Thrumbo go by, you can just snag a Thrumbo real fast. Alright, well now I got a source of chem fuel. We can't use chem fuel yet, other than maybe to lay it on the ground and, you know, hope bad things happen to bad people when they get too close. But you never know. Alright, so you're almost converted. We're making good progress on the other ones, but we're not quite there yet. Alright. We've got this one little spot of this room to put down the flooring in. I honestly, as much as it's a bad idea, I could see doing the wood flooring in my buildings. It's a terrible idea because it makes your whole place super flammable, but I can live with it. So, we've been lucky so far. This is definitely the research we're not doing. I'm pretty sure it's not electricity. It honestly could be basically anything left here. We definitely want to try and get some of the stuff going. Alright, we got our telescope in place. Our storage room is getting full. One thing we need to do is storage, raw resources. We're going to say no, except for gold, jade, and silver, and plasteel. Don't carry the rest in there. And then go to our shelves. We haven't done anything with these shelves yet. Oh, I should have dealt with that earlier. It's fine, I don't care. I was going to limit what they could carry on them, but it's going to be a pain to select them all. Actually, select similar? Forgot about that. Okay, so link, storage, raw resources, no wood or steel on the shelves, please. Did I actually have brick on there as well? Or stone block. So we're being attacked immediately by 3 people with that. They do not have the go juice, so that's at least small favors. The downside is they do have rain on their side. So go ahead and position everyone as best we can for now. All right. Now, I have been spoiled that the last... That's fine. Try to light my walls on fire in the rain. That'll work great for you. I'm just happy it separated one of them out from the others. Okay. You are a abrasive and psychically dull. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh wait, and they're also that. I can't remember. So by default, there's certain ones you can never be. All right, so they're permanent. Hey man, I would have captured you, and I would have healed you up, and I would have let you go to be friends. But RimWorld doth decree you can never like us. As a result, you die. It's not my fault. It's not my fault RimWorld hates you. RimWorld said you cannot have friends, and therefore I cannot be your friend. Yeah, sorry. It's Tynan looked you in the eye and said, you deserve death. I'm clearly innocent in the matter. Tynan said, no friends for you. Tynan did not actually say that, but the game mechanics heavily imply that. It is one of the things that I was doing in past runs, where I would take these ones that are like set to permanently hostile that you can never go, and I was setting them to like Fierce Tribe or whatever, just so they would start hostile, but I could win them over. They attacked you anyway, self-defense? Right. But normally if I can have a group that I can become friends with, I will patch them up and kick them out and say, like, go. And because you don't kill their person, you show mercy. It does give you a little bit of standings with them that you can actually get them to not be negative anymore. But with the default nowadays, it didn't used to be this way, where nowadays, where there's some that they're just hard-coded hostile, I actually really don't like this as a game mechanic, because the idea that there's a group of people who, no matter what you do, will always and forever despise you and like all that, like they'll just always turn to violence. I don't agree with, but it's a video game, so whatever. But it is a thing that just makes me like not like these units here. They're not interesting because you know what they are? They have zero anything going with them. They're just murderers. They're not. There's no depth. They just murder. Because it doesn't even make the game easy if you befriend everyone. If you befriend everyone just across the board, you get just so many mech raids. Also not a huge stretch to assume that would exist a world like this. What? People who are... No, I'm sorry. If you're living on a hellish planet where food is hard and someone keeps giving you food, you're not going to murder them. You're going to be like, no, we're alive because they're feeding us. Why would I attack my free meal? I'm also not someone who believes that there are people who are predispositioned to forever violence. Now, granted, again, it's a video game. It's a video game. They just chose to not be able to befriend them. The people just want to watch the... I get the idea that some people just want to watch the world burn. But again, if we're talking a hellish situation where we're all barely, like, crawling, like, clawing to, like, try and maintain life. Oh yeah, no, the trees... I guess the trees would be the counter-argument, that the trees always have ill will. There's just no working with a tree. You're basically taking your life in your own hands at the tree. But yeah, no, it's just, I don't, like, I have a lot of views about things I can get pretty jaded about. Usually it's more like along businesses and the stuff they do. But when it comes to people in general, I generally have a more positive look on people that, hey, I do think people generally try to do the right thing and all that. Everyone's the hero in their own story. It's sometimes they convince themselves of stuff that may not be reasonable and all that. Let's see. So what's in the traps the buildings still need? Oh, these aren't needed. It's just there's not a reason to tear them down. Like, actually, me stepping on it to tear it down, I risk setting off the trap. What are you doing in here? Oh, right, quest. I was getting ready to murder those ibex. I'm like, oh, right. Yeah, nobody is... Right. Nobody is inherently evil. There are people who are ignorant, and people are misguided, and people who perhaps don't think things through. But no one goes, I'm gonna evil. I want to do awful. Like, that's just not... That's not how I view people. It's like, are there people who are problematic in their views to the point that there is a problem? Sure. But it's not a person who just wakes up and they're like in the morning, it's like, I want to cause suffering because suffering. They usually have some thing in their head that their worldview is so messed up that they end up doing awful things. I've heard of Jack the Ripper. I don't remember the details. I thought for him, like the people he had as victims out there, that like he personally believed were kind of like deserving of it in his own mental narrative. Which again, that doesn't mean he's not a bad person. It just doesn't mean like he didn't go out to be a bad person so much as he did bad things because he just that. And I'm not saying that's like, oh, people can't do bad. They certainly can. It's just people don't wake up going, I want to be evil. They just have very flawed perspectives on reality and all that, and it can't even be that they have a whole bunch of... You know, in memory serves, the victims were all random with no connections and no grievances. That doesn't mean that in his own head he didn't have some reason why they shouldn't be targeted. Like, I don't remember the details on it. But it's like one of the things when you look at a lot of serial killers, that they have a reason they target the people they target. Like, they were slighted by someone, so they target people who look like that's someone. Or they believe that, you know, a certain quote-unquote type of people were problematic. Or whatever. Yeah. But they'll have a pattern. And again, that doesn't make any of that right. But it's more one of those things that they were horrifically misguided and did horrendous things. And that's not to say they should be excused or they should be allowed to be free or whatever, anything like that. I mean, obviously someone who's got that severe of a misguided nature is a dangerous person who... Yeah, evil's a learned trait, right. But it is usually in the person who's doing the awful thing, in their own warped perspective of the world, they're not doing evil. And it's wrong, they're incorrect, and they're warped and all that. Have you heard of the serial from the 1800s? At any given time, there's been many serial killers out in the world. Not all of them are high profile, but they're out there. That's, Tomb has an interest in, like, just kind of the psychology and all that of serial killers and all that. Used to be really into Criminal Minds. A lot of people are, because there's a lot of interest there, because so much of it is, We're kind of going off topic here. Right, but usually when you talk about people who are evil, serial killers are one of the ones that people will draw on. Is because, like, oh yeah, they don't just kill one person, they kill a bunch of people. But even then, usually when you get into that person and, like, their view on the world, it's, oh, this, you know, insert demographic, like, whatever, you know, was bad, even if they're not. That's just their warped perspective on the world. Man, I don't believe that there's inherently evil people, because that's, and for the record, what led to this conversation is basically my statement of, I actually don't like the mechanic that these people are perpetually always murder-killy people. That they're just, you know, if you exist, you're worth killing kind of thing. Yeah, you sure, almost every evil person thinks they're a hero of their story. Yep, pretty much. And usually that stays true until they're faced with, you know, they're faced with different things to try and help educate them of why their behavior is a problem. And then some of them come around to go, oh, you know, oh, like that was really bad. Not everyone does come around. Like a lot of them, then they face this like, nah, I'm right. And you're like, okay, well, I guess we just can't work with this person. Even then, by that logic, it's still false to assume everyone be willing to work together to survive. No, I get what you're saying, Very Last Lardine, but it is one of those things I'm saying is, in this particular case, we have these people who, they're inherently hostile, just by the nature. And I do believe there are individuals who have a disposition where they will act in violence, you know, as a choice. Like that is they tackle certain problems. That I can agree with. So like them starting hostile, I'm fine with. But there would be at some point you could do things to convince them otherwise. Now, whether or not you would or it's worth it is certainly a discussion. Like, if I'm giving up all of my resources to these people to be their friends, is that in my best sense? No, it's probably not. But I do like the idea that I can do stuff to win them over. That, you know, whether it's you help them with material resources or whatever. You know, whatever motivates them. But like I said, it's a game mechanic. That's just the way they chose to do it. Here this is like there are societal groups, right? So it's much less about morals and more about how society evil works, which is very different in my opinion. Yeah. Well, that's like it's a whole thing that moral and ethics. You'll have people say, "Well, that's immoral." And it's like, all right, but also moral and ethics mean different things to different people, and to the same people can mean different things over time. Like, that's the thing. It's an evolving thing, and one hopes that morals continue to move towards being better, but it's not always true. Like, there are things we used to do in the past that we look at and be like, oh yeah, that was, you know, in that frame of mind, we're like, oh yeah, that was moral, we were so kind, we were so caring, we were so compassionate. And then we look at it now and go, oh my god, we were terrible. How dare we? Like, that was awful. But it's just the thing. And again, that doesn't excuse them for the times. But it is... Societal evil is morals? I mean, don't get me wrong, moral and ethics are very closely related. But the point is when someone makes an argument, it's like, that's immoral. It's like, alright, but immoral by who? Like, we all have different lines in the sands. Chaos is chaos. No, you're totally lost? Yeah. I was just kind of venting that I actually don't like this mechanic. That they're, like, locked into permanent hostility. And I get it. It's a decision they've made. And honestly, I feel like this doesn't make the game harder. In some ways, it makes it easier. And the reason because of that, if you've ever played where you befriend everyone... it means you're up to your eyeballs in mechs. That you're just getting nothing but mechs day in and day out. Which is definitely not easier than a handful of different enemies. But I do think the reason they did that is these are all the special factions that have weird mechanics and all that. So you can't just get rid of the weird mechanics you don't like. Like, let's say you don't like the Impids because they set everything on fire. Okay, well, if you befriended the Impids, then the Impids are gone. But I feel like you have a very easy workaround, though, for that. Just make it so you've got people who show up and they can be any type of group. Good enough for me. You also make sure you have variety and you don't get bored and frustrated with constant maximum. Yeah, so that to me, it does feel like it's... You've got, because each of these, so this is the Impid, those are the Yetkins, and then the Wasters. The Wasters can be a mix of groups, they can have any of them. So I feel like the Wasters almost make these two not as important. But yeah, no, I understand it's because it all automatically defaults to mechs all the time. But I would be okay with them having, like, a non-specific group of, like, non-associated group that you'd occasionally get, some random roving group that rolls through. That's effectively, in a lot of ways, the same thing. Hey, finally. Now we can actually start recruiting. Yeah, mechs and bugs. So it's funny. I know there are two things that a lot of people have problems with, and I don't know, maybe it's just my difference in playstyle. Mechs don't worry me very much. Sorry, mechs do worry me. Mechs terrify me. Like, the bugs don't worry me much. And I said the bugs don't worry me much. The bugs don't bother me much, and fire doesn't bother me much. The only time that either of those tend to get out of control is when I'm already, like, half dead from other things. And then, it's just anything they threw at me would be overwhelming. But mechs, on the other hand, mechs annoy me because of how often I will run up, I'll have someone wearing like full marine armor, and I just get one pumped to the head and dead. And it's just like, come on, man. It's like, I have prepared in just about every way I can for a ranged unit, and you still just one-tapped me. Oh, the mech's destroying stuff? Yeah, that's the thing. I don't mind having my stuff get destroyed a little bit, because they usually only trash a little bit. It's one of the reasons I don't, late game, I don't like to have all of my rooms bunched into one room. Because then I don't have to worry about them smashing everything. Yeah, no, the bugs can be annoying. But yeah, if you add choke points, the bugs are not a big deal, because they're all melee, so you can just take advantage of that weakness. If they gave, like, a ranged bug, then that would ruin half my strategies for dealing with bugs. They're tanky, some of them? Oh yeah, no, some of them get real tanky. Alright, so you're not in bad shape. You're steadfast and psychically dull. Now, I'm mixed on this one, because the Atkins have the aggressive trait, and I hate the aggressive trait. How is your gear? Oh, your gear's actually in good shape. Look. I will rescue you. I don't... Well, I wanted to rescue you, but the game says no. So instead I'm going to take your clothes, and then I'm going to leave you to walk off the map. Well, no, the problem is I can only capture them. And because they're associated with the Yetkin, they will forever and always hate me. So again, the game has determined that the only future for this character is death. I'm not allowed to be their friend. Because normally I do rescue them and patch them up and move on. Because also, if I bandage them right now, out here, they'll get back up and start meleeing me, and they have an advantage in melee. But that's where I'm kind of on that stance about I wish they didn't work that way, because narratively speaking, I would be humane to this person. I would patch them up and send them on their way. But I have only things to lose from it, so as a game point standpoint, the game literally pressures me into not doing that. You'd still be human? Yeah. Well, it's not that, Luxray. I could recruit them into the colony, but I don't want them in my colony. Oh, I need a second prisoner room. I'll patch them up and send them out, even though I get nothing. Just like Raider. Yeah, no, it's just, it annoys me that there's no... Like, you can... It's not even a matter of benefit. It's that literally, there was always a risk he could have stood up while he was there, got over his pain, and then I gotta fight him. And then while he's patched up, he can get in a fight with the other person, kill them in melee because he's really strong melee. That's just kind of one of those things, it's like, I've got lots of negatives. The only plus I get is I get a little bit of first aid out of it. Yeah, so relations, we gain none if we release them. Yeah, no, it's like, I don't really lose anything. I could even convert them, their ideology, but I don't want to keep them around. That aggressive trait just means they're just going to kick off and violently. Use him for blood, too? I don't have vampires? I actually don't remember. I think I can't remember if you take a negative mood penalty for extracting hemogen against people randomly. You could sell the blood. I'm not doing that, though, because I gotta feed them and all that for all the hassle. It's not worth it. I just don't want to deal with it. Because then you have to get into, realistically, to do that safely, you get into the whole situation of cutting off their arms and legs to make them into a blood bag, and You don't think there's a penalty for it? Either way, I'm not doing it. I patched him up, sent him on his way. Like, I would be okay with them starting at 100 negative and having, like, a natural resistance to flipping. So, like, make it even harder to flip them. I think that would be a reasonable approach. Hey, Zeta, how's it going? Yeah, you learned from another streamer you can affect Raiders' population and affect the pawns they send it. Yep. That you can. You're slowly recovering your ideology views, and it's upsetting me because we had you just about flipped. Alright, so... You want me to watch? Why is just everyone like, hey, do you mind making your base into a hotel? It's like, I mean... It's not really what I'm going for, but okay. Schedule. According to him, if you were to, for example, send pawns back with wooden arms and legs, though, with the oh yeah, no, that's absolutely a thing. Like when you release pawns and all that, you can, because it remembers them. It's even the same with refugees and everything, actually. That if you help refugees, they can show up in future raids against you too. Like literally anyone who is generated into the colony who rolls through will come back into can come back into future. It's also true of caravans. Like they usually won't become raiders, they'll stick with whatever faction they're in. But if I had them caravanning through and then I did stuff to make them hostile, then they could show up as a raider. But yeah, you can absolutely sit there and make it like if you wanted to start like min-max the game, you could take the time to capture everyone possible and just, you know, give them 2 peg legs and all that, and then send them on their way to just manipulate the pool more and more. Refugees, I have them drop their weapons while they... yeah, no, that's, if I have a refugee group in the game and they're all male, or they're all adults, I have them drop all their weapons right away. Because it makes handling the, handling betrayals much easier. Because, honestly, I'm not gonna give them good weapons unless I'm really desperate. So it's just not worth it for me to mess with that at any real level. So I see we're running out of wood. Let's periodically chop down all trees. Not just that. Well, if there's a kid among the refugees, they cannot betray you. That is a mechanic that they've specifically said. All right, Zeta, you have a good one. Like if there's a child among refugees, they cannot betray you. That's just the way the game mechanic works. Okay, but they can still carry useful weapons? Yeah, this is true. It's kind of horrific beauty of reverse Pinocchioing. That you make a faction effectively unarmed. Well, right, so they'll usually be generating new people every time, so you can't really reliably make them all that way, but they would end up having maybe 2 or 3 effectively non-combatants that would show up and they have weapons and all that, but they can't move or anything fast enough to make it worthwhile. Alright, we already have the alpaca set to control the population a little bit. Let's, limit it to 2 and 2. Conversion. Yay! We can now actually have someone take on the role. So you're going to become our social leader because while you don't have as much... let's double check that, make sure that's not a bad idea. While you don't have quite as much social as Chaotic Awesome, you have a passion for it. Versus Chaotic Awesome is pretty indifferent for it. Oh, right. I removed that. Ideology, we can just plop that right there. And social. And you are our moral guide. And so we finally have a moral guide in our colony, because I had to wait till I had 3 people of the same ideology to do that. Yay! And with that, we can start using the conversion stuff to make all that happen. So our next target for conversion is going to probably be Luxray, because they're going to be really moody about it. By the way, you think you got a new ideology point? Oh, I thought we got a point towards it. That's not the right person. Yeah, so we're at 6 out of 12 points. So we did gain a point for converting someone, but not enough to reform. We have to get 12 points to reform. Alright, once Luxray wakes up, so we're in a better mood, we'll do a conversion ritual for Luxray. You haven't personally played with it much, so you're not really aware of the mechanics? Gotcha. The idea is you earn so many points, and then once you hit a certain milestone, you can reform. It starts at like 10 points, it goes to 12 points, it goes to 14 points. Because usually your opportunity to get more points goes up as time goes on, because you can do more rituals more reliably and all that kind of stuff. And a good ritual usually gets you a decent one. Hey, effective one. So we gained another point for that. You also have a thing where if you recover the relics, you'll have people who will show up to worship at the relic, and if they have a good time, you get a conversion point. Or sorry, you get a an ideology point just for them. Like, you just passively get one, which is pretty good. Okay, we got a pet. We got party. So I do think when the next 40 level, we're gonna get ourselves another ritual. That way, we don't have just the one ritual per year. You enjoy because you don't play fluid. You don't enjoy playing fluid. Hey, that's fair. So Uranium Gladys. Heck yeah. Well, Gladius, not Gladys. It's not a robot. Okay. Got 3 imps, so they're attacking immediately. No, they're gonna prepare. Yeah, Uranium Gladys. Okay, so everyone's patching themselves up. Keep going. Uranium Gladys would be terrifying. Yeah, just GLaDOS made out of like refined uranium. It's just like, I don't even need to defend myself. If you come into my room, oh, you're not leaving. And not because I'm going to do things, but just my very presence will. Alright. So get you here. White can stand there in the chair. Lux right here. Alright, we'll get everyone in position. Save descent. Alright, so we've saved the defensive positions. Hey, sorry, Red. I would help you, but I'm busy with my own thing. You're probably fine. Oh, that's just a jerk move, breathing fire on him like that. Oh, you're just gonna shoot from way back there? Okay. In that case, you just get out of here. Cool. Alright, how badly you get? You took an arrow? You're fine. You may find my presence electrifying. My positive energy, my positively radiates the surroundings. Yup. Hey Red, you having a good time? The person there breathed a bunch of fire on you. Alright, so we're still trying to get Herring in here. Right now Andrew is the only one who could grow, construct, or mine with any level. So that's not great. Those are guests. Luxray is our dedicated research. Sonoran is helping handle and clean. That's what they do here. They could also do art. Chaotic Awesome is our crafter and our cook. And I believe this person we have tasked to take over with construction once they're among us. Yeah, this is a triumph. Making a note here, huge success. Alright, so where did that Gladius go? I need to deal with Storge in some way. I really wish, and I know there's mods, I really wish there's a thing that when you're looking for items, there'd be an easier way. Electricity. I mean, that's cool. It's a step in the direction I need. I don't have anything I could use that for right now because I can make heaters and I don't really need that. But it is a requirement to get stuff I do need, so I'm not unhappy with it. It's not just laying on the floor there. No, it's not. It's in here somewhere. So impossible to see anything in here. There it is. There it is. I see you. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. The downside is when I set like this shelf to be weapons, then they just start dumping food and everything on the floor because there's not a space. I just need more storage. We're working on building another area that I could expand into. I just don't have like a dedicated construction person. I've got a person who grows and does construction. But that's what Herring here is for. Once we get Herring into the fold, then Herring will be the construction person. That's just their job is construction. And we can start dealing with a lot of these problems at that point. All right. All right, Larding. You have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for everyone who's been hanging out. It's always appreciated. So we are starting to actually cut blocks and all that. So I started building this out of granite, which may have been a mistake. We'll see. And check. So we got marble, cargo pods. Oh, good. Milk. Sandstone, marble, sandstone, marble. I'm starting to see a pattern. Marble, marble. Here's the question. Can this tile even have... It can't. Alright, well, never mind all of the granite. Cancel the granite. Because it's just not going to have enough granite to do that. That's fine. Blight on the cotton plants. Okay. So cut blight, work, Plant cut is 1, plant cut is 1, plant cut is 1, plant cut is 1, plant cut is 1. Eat your meals and then get to cutting. Stop recreation, get to cutting. There you go. Alright. Cool. And... resolved. Granite's the toughest? Yeah. The downside is I just don't have a source for it on my map. So rather than fight with what limited amount of granite we've got, we're going to tear that up. And we're just going to replace it with something else. Probably sandstone. Which isn't very tough, but I mean, this isn't a wall that needs to be particularly tough here. Alright, so there's electricity. Alright. I actually have no idea. I know sandstone's weak. I don't remember where marble is on there. But it's fine. We'll figure it out. And where's Luxray? No problem. Caravan areas. Let's see. A nearby settlement, Areas, has a special trade request. They would like to purchase 6 equa of normal quality or better. The estimated travel time is 21, and they're willing to give me a bunch of reputation. So we're going to wait to do that, but 6 equa of normal quality. So let's go ahead and go here and say, boom, I would like equa. If I could have 6, please. Of normal quality or better. We'll put that on the schedule. Because I'm willing to trade that. Gives us something to work on crafting. Because like down the road steel will be a problem. But that's fine for right now. Yeah, I don't know where sandstone's at. I don't think you click on this. We can probably find it this way. Granite wall chunk. Oh, where was it? It's been so long. I know there's like a whole place you can look up stuff. And I always forget where it is. $510 hit points for granite. Yeah, problem is I don't have a marble wall. I know there's probably the wiki page probably breaks it all out and says here's everything where it's at. The issue is don't have granite on my map. So most likely marble will be the strongest thing we have. And plus we can make an entire base out of marble. That'll definitely not be a problem. It'd be like the Romans, build everything out of marble at a certain point. Or rather, not really. They don't build everything out of marble. All of the fantastic and important things will be built out of marble. Or at least have a marble facade on them. Especially if it's green or red marble. You know, the rare marble. Gotta get the good stuff. Are you eating my devil strand? Stop it. I definitely need to have a, sandstone is 420. And is fast to build. Yep. I would imagine marble splits the difference somewhere. Like, I go like 460, 480 would be my guess without knowing or with any confidence. Marble is 360? Wow. Marble is actually worse than sandstone. I thought sandstone was the worst. Okay, that's fine. I mean, we're making our wall out of sandstone anyways, so... That's fine. We'll make our main base out of marble and use sandstone for all our defenses. I've got the limestone here because we had some limestone stuff we took apart, but as it falls apart, I'll just replace it with sandstone. Alright, so... Run into this problem because our construction person is the same person as our grower, that because I signed them to cut trees, they're not getting any construction done, so they're getting the wood caught up. That's fine. Alright, we got people starting to get heat stroke from the spring. Okay, so Mongoose is ready to get out of here. Cool. There we go. Marble is so soft, it's easy to sculpt. Yeah, that makes sense. I always think of sandstone as being brittle, is my whole thing. Because, like, sandstone's those things that, like, if you scratch on the surface, it starts breaking away a lot of times. At least that's been my experience. But at the same time, I haven't tried to do anything with marble, so I don't know. So let's put them at the door. You can just go ahead and hold the door for me. Then go to your defensive positions. I don't think we land any major hits. We got a couple of hits. Not much. Uranium walls are apparently great. Yeah, but I could only imagine how annoying it would be to try and get a meaningful amount of uranium. Crumbles, which is why they have a lot of coastal erosion in my area. Yeah. That was the whole thing. It's like, I knew marble wasn't amazing, but I was expecting sandstone to be worse. Okay, so I got it right before we had to drop in on it. Alright. Does it glow at night? No, only if it's the good uranium. The stuff that they're like, yeah, you're not allowed to have that. Also, you should see a doctor because you're hanging around glowing uranium. But it's got like 750 hit points. Man, if I could find a reliable source of uranium, I wouldn't be against building building a base out of uranium. I wonder how it ranks in beauty. Because I would imagine it wouldn't rank badly, because, you know, in real life, well, that sucks. Hey, animals, it's about to be a bad time, friends. So let's just go ahead and say, build roofs. I'm gonna build a roof so I can hide under it, but also... So what we're doing is I'm building roofs over everything but the farm itself. I mean, most walls have a beauty of 0. Right, my big thing is that it wouldn't have a negative beauty, is I guess the way I would phrase it. And let's make the kill box have a roof over it as well. Actually, ignore roof. There. So, for a while, our construction is going to be just slapping roofs above our heads. On the wiki, while one of the strongest materials available, it is significantly lower beauty modifier, which can negatively affect some room designs. Interesting. Have you ever played Mechanoids plus a Mute, plus Pollutant Absorber run? Oh, are you talking about, the pollution run with the mechs? I have. We didn't end up getting super far in it. But, you know, I wouldn't be against it. The whole thing with that run is the trees don't process pollution fast enough to have any real number of mechs. Like, they're a very hard cap bottleneck. Yeah. Yeah, because to me, like, uranium so far is, like, I haven't seen, like, refined uranium or whatever. But, like, I've certainly seen and handled, like, just not like active uranium or whatever, where it's just super heavy. And it's kind of, you know, it's not pretty, but it's not an ugly rock. It's a pretty, like, it gets like smooth and shiny. So when you're comparing it against sandstone and that, like, I would imagine marble looks better, but sandstone not as good. If we're talking like polished granite actually looks pretty good in real life. Limestone's kind of eh. Yeah, granite and slate when polished up can be very gorgeous. That's a lot of people, you know, you'll hear people it's like, oh, marble countertops. Like, actually, granite's a much nicer countertop. It puts up with a lot of abuse, and it honestly, in my opinion, a lot of times looks better than marble. The only downside is granite's darker, so it can be a thing that it can make a room, like if you've got too many dark surfaces in a room, it makes a room feel smaller. But yeah, like if you got a big kitchen, that could be desirable. Tree sewing. I can work with this too. Marble is too bright, granite is beautiful. Yeah, I mean, I feel like maybe it's just me. Oh, we should stop sewing. You're just gonna stand down the toxic fallout and get sick. But yeah, no, I was gonna say that's it's been a whole thing that there's been discussions about, you know, different generations and different times. Well, it's not even generations, it's like different time periods, like what was in, like what was considered like the aesthetically pleasing. So you can think back to, like, you know, the 50s and 60s and the bright colors and all that they had, and then you can go to, like, you know, the 70s and 80s where there's a lot more like wood stuff happening and wood floors and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, then we got to what was like the 90s and 2000, which is really all about, you know, just reselling. So everything was that, you know, white, off-white, beige walls, you know, wood floors, as neutral can be. But they've been talking about there's been a shift for houses having a lot more color, like accent color kind of stuff, like brightening it up the rooms, that there's almost this very concentrated push in just not being the neutral beige anymore. Just no neutral, no beige. Like, it needs color, it needs texture, it needs anything. But they haven't seen like a particular, this is the new in thing. It's just, the new in thing is to not be neutral. Which, again, the thing about why neutral became so big was when it came to selling, anyone could look at a neutral house and be like, I could do something with this. It's a blank canvas. But the downside is it's a blank canvas, and if you don't do anything with it, it looks bland. Formica countertops and linoleum floors. Oh yeah. Well, actually, that was it's funny, if you go back to advertisements for the Titanic, they were really proud of their linoleum floors. That was like big thing at the time. Like that was the era where like the linoleum was seen as like primo. You know, hardwood floors, gross. Why would you want one of those? You could get linoleum. And it's just funny, that was a huge thing for the time, and then later we're like, you look at linoleum floors now and you're like, okay, it's practical, but it's also cheap. Yeah, no, linoleum can look good. The problem is, as it wears, it doesn't look good. Like, so how many people actually do things in a bland home? Most rented homes I've seen that way, but tenants won't want to color them or uncolor the entire thing. Yeah, well, that's talking about renting. Even purchasing, you have a lot of people won't do much. They'll leave it beige because it's, what if I want to sell? I'll have to repaint my home back to being neutral to have better sell. Like, we went and like we haven't done huge projects. Like the rooms in here are that off-white beige color, and a lot of rooms are, but like, you know, rooms I've gone into, I've had to do major projects. Like we have our bathroom, one of our bathrooms. I went through and, well, not I don't want to take credit. We went through and like painted up almost like a aqua tealish color. We did a bunch of work because that one we had to swap out the toilet. The toilet had a bit damaged during like the previous owners, and it just over time the damage became a problem. And so we're like, all right, let's just fix this up right. You want a house just to be able to paint the place? There are a lot of people who would be happy to pay you to paint their houses. Painting houses is one of those things that people either love or despise doing, and there's not a lot of wiggle in between. You need to hang a large colorful curtains inside so you're not stuck with plain walls. Yeah. But I want to live in the painted house, that's fair. You guys watch? Oh, we have toxic fallout. Which is a bummer, because it's going to probably wipe out our Devil Strand, the last remaining Devil Strand, right before it's ready for harvest. That's the reason why this is all getting dark, is I'm roofing it all off, so the only place I can't run around and be safe from the toxic fallout is just the farm, which needs the sun. You don't paint large swaths, but you cannot stand painting fiddly bits. At all, ever. Oh yeah, like, where you paint just like the trims and like... I have at our kitchen, just because over time we had to replace our back door. It had gotten water damage, because hurricanes are a thing. And so we replaced the back door, you know, that is what it is. But there's the trim right by the door got damaged. And it's one of those things that I can't get the bit or the trim that we had before. And I haven't replaced it and fixed the one spot, because it's a spot like this big. Oh, you need, there you go. But so it's got like this little spot that's like that long, that's just like where the wall goes and then turns to go to like where the actual door is. You know, because the door, there's, you know, your wall's that thick, but the door's like, so your wall's like this thick, but the door's like that thick kind of thing, or whatever it is. So it's just that one little teeny tiny like 4, 5, 6 inch piece of trim there got rotten because it got wet and sat. So, you know, we chucked the rotten piece of wood, but now there's no trim there, and I'm at that situation where it's like, okay, I can't get matching trim. They don't sell it anymore. It's just, it's the particular cut isn't sold anymore. I can't find a router bit that matches it to make my own trim to match, which means if I want to replace that one piece of trim and not make it look even worse and not having that piece of trim there, I've got to at least do the entire room. And I don't wanna. It's not even an expensive thing. Like, buying an entire room's worth of trim is really not that big. Hand make it? I mean, I could... It's got like a whole design to it. And with a router you could hand make it if you can find a matching bit. But just trying to like eyeball, like take a round router and like do a line and then try and fake this out and do a line. Or like whittle it or something. I mean, maybe it won't look as bad, but like I feel like that would stand out real bad. Just put furniture over it. It's the door. That's the problem. It's like literally you go like here's the wall, and then you know you go over here and it'd be like the L, and so you got like this thick area spot, and then you got the door, and it's that little gap that's my hands are in the way. It's a little gap that's like right here before the door, so there's nowhere to put furniture. You've just got a knife and hope for the best. I've tried to do that stuff where I try to like sand something into the right shape, and don't get me wrong, it's okay. But yeah. Put it next to trim for existing reference, file over, make it match. Yeah, no, I mean honestly with that, like I said, replacing the actual trim, like just doing the whole room, is not particularly expensive. You're not like getting like proper oak trim or something like that, which I wouldn't like. As much as I love oak texture and all that, it's a trim. I'm gonna beat the crap out of it with a vacuum cleaner. It doesn't need to be fancy. I would probably just go, okay, because the trim also probably just needs to be replaced because it's been beaten up for however long this house has been around. You know, it's not in good, but it's got a bunch of dings and all that. They replace the entire... So, honestly, replacing trim is not that big a deal. You pry it off. Usually they just use finishing nails on it, which are like teeny tiny nails that if you get anything, you just go in there and go crank, and it's coming right off the wall. So, to be clear, White isn't actually a member of the colonists. So we've doubled our colonists, but not a whole lot more. But, so, like, it pops off the wall super easy. And if you want to avoid damaging the paint, you can take a razor blade just along the top of it. So, like, where the gap is, if the people painted over it, and you can just separate it out. And as long as you get a trim that's taller than the old one, you'll just cover up the thing that looks bad. So it's like really not a bad thing, because you just go around, you do like your one pass with the razor to like cut the paint if they paint it over, which they did here because people are lazy and they don't, you know, take them off, paint it up right, and then put them back on because that's effort. So you just cut it real fast, you pop it off the wall. The trim itself is cheap because it's just made out of like, you know, they make it out of like crappy pressboard or pine or anything because it doesn't matter. So you can get it like super cheap because it doesn't matter that's made out of cheap wood. And then all you do is you just get like a brad nail or a nail gun, everything just, you know, chunk, and you're done. You know, paint over if you want. Your apartment has nice dark stained wood trim. Now that's not cheap. But that's what I was saying. Is like if you go and you get like proper like oak or walnut or like a nice finished wood trim or whatever, yeah, that'll hold up for almost ever. But it's also not cheap. Okay, so do we have the Equas made? I haven't even been paying attention. Have we got any of them made? We need one more. So we're going to go ahead and let that go for a little while longer. But then we will accept the quest, and then we'll just send a caravan to take the 6 Equa. Oh, good! Gutworms. Well, at least one of them's the prisoner. The downside is it's our person who's our construction / growing person who never has a chance to get things done because they're always dealing with that. Research known... Watermill generator. Of course. What is the very first thing we get after electricity? Watermill generator. Heck yeah. Every time. Not really every time, but it feels like it. Can you use it on a lake? No, it's only river, only flowing water. Alright, so you got that one tile to remove there. Cool. Ah, random research. You are such a troll. I don't actually want that piece. You need to get back in. You're getting a little bit too much exposure. Party, no problem. All right, so we'll accept this because we get like basically 2 seasons. 3 desperate refugees. They say their crops starved for blight. Yada yada yada. In return, they plan to work. So they've arrived. They're all adults. So kindly drop your weapons. That is the cost of staying here. Is if you would like to stay here and help out, you must drop all of your weapons. All right. Actually, don't worry about it. I got people who can handle stuff. I already have a good cook, so you don't worry about that. You don't have weapons, so you're not hunting. You are welcome to help with construction. You may not craft or do this stuff. So just do your best, friends. In theory, we have mastered to perfection. Now for the practical application. Yep. Alright, so our animals are going to get really hungry because this is the danger of toxic buildup, is they are just wiping out all our crops. The good news is I've got 5,000 something crops in here. Yes, some of it will start rotting, but by and large we should be okay. So we got, among the refugees, Nelson here. Not my favorite. I would consider them. Julie here. I would actually, even though I don't need another melee person, I would absolutely take Julie. They've got cooking, they've got medical. Sure, I don't really need another melee person, but I'm willing. And you can kindly get the hell out of my colony. Alex is not welcome. Please don't sleep out there. All right. I do think this area up here, I think that effectively becomes where our actual bedrooms are. And then we'll convert these little rooms into like maybe purpose-built production rooms or whatever. Oh, you know what I don't have now I think about it? Good enough. No, that's not. I need more space. It's still close enough for everything there. Don't forget the Equa quest? Yeah, I accepted. I just need to wait for the Equa to get done. I did accept it. And then we got something like 24 or 28 days to actually deliver. So we're going to wait till the last Equa's done because I physically can't do it until then. That room is way too cramped. Yep, that's the reason why we're trying to expand up here. Because then what I'll do is I'll make like a dedicated place for like 6 or 8 bedrooms or whatever. Then we can start, mixing that around. It's almost time for another ritual. Oh, it is time. Sure. So my odds of this being good are about 50-50. So we definitely do it. I need a proper ideology room as well, which is what I think that will become. Is what we'll do is we'll get bedrooms up here. This will become like an ideology room or whatever. And that'll clear some stuff out of the space. And then we make like one of these into a kitchen and one of these into some like crafting and like one of them into a research room. There'll be small rooms for that, but that's what we'll do in the interim. Boring, but it was enough points to reform our ideology. Excellent. That's the one person who's not our ideology. Okay, so reform, and I allow myself 1 change per time, and this change this time is going to add a ritual. And I like the Sky Lantern party because it's simple and it's pretty. So Sky Lantern, I can start at any time. I'm not going to change anything with this. We can start at any time. And everyone will recharge their Psi Focus. That's fine. I don't actually care. I mostly want it for the ritual for being able to get to more reforms faster in the future, getting the mood bonus, that kind of nonsense. Clothing restriction? Yeah, no, we already removed the clothing restriction for everyone but, like, the main leader person, and we just don't have one of those. We probably won't have one for a while. There, so we have an actual bed for Nelson. I'm a big fan for the neighbors like, oh yeah, that's always a winner. Neighbors like you reward is a good one. The free colonist of your ideology can be a good one, because worst case you can kick him. Yeah, no, there's a couple rotting animals in there. It is what it is. Alright, so we've got that all squared away, so that's good news. So with that built, we're going to go down here and say this is gone. Royal Tribute Collector. Cool story, man. Where have you been, by the way? Oh, you're dealing with your gutworms. Lovely. Alright. And we got marble going. Mad boom rats. So we will restrict everyone to Area 1 for the moment. We can also expand Area 1 to include this new space. Get indoors, Nelson. Where do you think you're going? Why would I engage in a fight that I can make the Fallen Empire deal with? As they happen to conveniently be standing inside my kill box. Oh, one of them actually died. What do you know? Is that all of them? Cool. Unrestricted. It's pretty sad that you died to a boom rat. I'm pretty sure the boom rat didn't do it. I'm pretty sure that's actually chemical burn. How did you die to the chemical burn? How did they die to the chemical burn way back here? Like clearly they got burned badly, but yeah, no, use the road. Oh, it's a good Zeus hammer. It's not bio-coded. Chaotic, please. Please put the person who's on fire out. Okay, we got someone to trade with. So highest social will be you. Alright. They're almost always bio-coded, so I was a little surprised when they just randomly dropped, like, actually a good melee weapon. Just, like, dropped a casual Zeus hammer. Okay, do not sell the Equas of normal or better. So we've got our Equas. Do not sell them. We'll keep the uranium Gladys that we made, or Gladius, just in case. I will take the EMP grenades. I'll take a round of those because we don't know when we'll get those. You can have the Scythe. Not taking the plasma sword. I'll take the assault rifle. Where did you drop the stuff? Oh, there you go. Okay, so with that, Which of you has the worst gun? You have a normal quality? Equip the assault rifle. For right now, just haul those home. We'll make a special spot for it later. And haul the gun. Alright, so we got 2 weapon upgrades out of that. So bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom really bad, so I'm going to go ahead and do that, and I'll be back here in just a minute. So thank you again for tuning in. I'm going to go ahead and hit the thing to start the ad, because we're like 5 minutes for it anyways. So I'm going to do that while I use the restroom, and I'll be back here in a few minutes. So thank you again for tuning in. Oh, wait. Hang on. No, stop it. Alright, let's be real careful with this. I'm not on my wheels. Nope, 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 nope. I didn't see there was a cross guard there, and I was able to drive like right over it. That's okay. We've done this before. Hey, Car, you wanna do me a solid, buddy? No, don't go anywhere. I need you. I don't actually need you, but I can't see what I'm doing because of the light. That's like I see them stuck in the post, and I could probably move this around to get free from it, but I can't really make out what's happening here. I can't do it. I can't stop laughing. It's gonna sound like some like horrible dog sound or something. That's awful. That's terrible. That's the one I am sending. For the record, I had to clip at least. Well, here comes the train. I don't think enough time to move, so back it up, 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 back it up. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, that's what you want. All right, and I'm back. How's it going? All right, come on, RimWorld. There you go, RimWorld. Okay, so we'll get back into it. Yeah, so one of the things we will do is I'm going to go up here and say furniture. Make a small marble shelf. I'm going to remove the pen marker from there. A small marble shelf right by the kill box. We will make a miscellaneous, a marble pen marker, and we'll just put it, it doesn't really matter. We'll put it over here. Okay, so I would like the toxic fallout to go away. And once it's gone, we will send out our caravan to send off the Iqua. So we did rescue the guy who dropped the Zeus hammer, which we definitely did not immediately steal. Just disregard the fact that we're holding it. We're just making sure it's in working order for an extended period of time of forever. They understand. Alright, meanwhile, we're gonna go orders, plan. Sorry, I must have burned up in the fire. I know, right? It's such a shame that steel is so incredibly flammable. It's not quite perfect. That's fine. I want to try and make this. Okay, so this will be one border. Go and drag this over here. That's an R. So how wide is this space? It is 23 wide. I don't feel like doing the math. We'll go with there's a 3 there. So that's 4 in between. So 4 in between. 3 there. We have 2 rooms that are slightly larger than the others. All right, and Herring has joined the group. So let's hit our magic little button down here, and welcome to the colony, the very last Lardine. So... Cool. Alright, so you're gonna go and grab the pistol. I'll just grab the revolver. We're not gonna look for it. So put you over here on this side. And we will go to your work schedule. Because this person, congratulations, you construct and mine. So we finally have someone to take that role over. Pretty pleased with the bigger room in the middle. Yeah, no, I was thinking the same thing a moment ago. Alright. And then we can go up here. I want to have the same amount of space going around the border there. So let's see. We'll be giving a 3 wide... Oh, actually, let's change that. We're not worried about the exterior border. I want it to be 3 wide from this, because we're going to move a lot of stuff a lot. But the idea is I want those lanes to be that big. Just so that we can work with that. That's 4. That's 4. And then this one gets to be 5 wide. I also go boom and boom. And if you're wondering why I'm giving them weird shape, because I can. It has no benefit whatsoever. We'll figure out a size that makes sense. This is going to be too big. Alright, so if we are a room that is 8 wide total, we can go... Yes, this will be 8 up there. But I like this design. I've used it before. Is it strategically a good idea? No. Does it make any kind of sense? No. Am I doing it anyways? Yes. But the idea behind this design is it does give me like an area in the middle that I can run the ACs and all that in, and vents and all that to heat up and cool down all of these rooms collectively as a bunch. Yeah, so that'll be the 6. So that's where the line goes across here. Cool. So that's what we're making. But they'll have out-facing doors. They'll have 2 wide, 1 wide, 2 wide. But then we'll have doors that go in here. And then we can put like an AC on one side to cool off this interior space. We have another door on the other side just to access this area. We can put heaters in here if we need. Disease infection on the person we helped. That is unfortunate. And meanwhile, we'll go structure, marble. And worry about one cluster of these first before we start worrying about the other. All right. And I'd really like the toxic fallout to go away. Like, we're fine on food. I just want it to go away so I don't have to worry about people standing in it. But we'll end up removing the roofs. I think we remove the roofs that are between everything else. They're not standing in darkness the whole time. But at the moment, we're just trying to roof up as much as possible so that people don't stand in the toxic fallout any longer than necessary. So, Chaotic Awesome is the only one we don't consider... Oh, we got our tailoring table. So... Paste that. We will get rid of the burqa, and we'll get rid of the Bart. That will also change out the parka, because instead of Parker, we'll use a duster. No, don't carry anything below 80. As far as hats, I mean, we're making helmets already, so I don't even need to worry about the hats. Oh yeah. We can ditch the cape because it's the cape or the duster. Cool. So you can make some proper clothes. So at this point, that's gone. Is darkness per tile? Because if not, you could just pop sunlight holes every so often. I think it's one of those things that if they're underneath it... Alright, betrayal offer for this person. You will give me a cataphract helmet if we kill Nelson. So don't get me wrong, your betrayal offer is very, very tempting. But I'm gonna say no because the amount of amazing items I've gotten later from helping refugees, I think we'll take our chances. Oh my god, we just keep getting more... Oh, there's a problem. Colonist, there you go. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking is, I believe... Okay, so we're settled on that. Alright, so someone other than Chaotic Awesome needs to do the run. We don't want Lardine to go, because Lardine has Delicate Wimp. I do think Luxray might be the one we send. Will be Luxray or you... No, Luxray stays. Sendoran goes. Alright, Sendoran. We've got a mission for you, friend. First, you're going to talk to Luxray about that heresy. That's the first thing you're going to do. But once we're done talking to Luxray about their heresy, then you'll have a mission to walk a long ways. It's actually not that far. It's like 1 day away. Oh no, I'm fine with this because it's the location we're going to is like not even a day away. I think it's along the road, very genuine. That's not the right place where I look for that. Where is it? I accepted it, right? Ah, there we go. Yeah, so it's right there. So it's just literally up the road. Form caravan to there and back. Not there. Back. Except, we will be sending you. You will take some alpaca with you. Yeah, we'll take a pair of alpaca with you. You will be bringing not the worn out Equa. You'll be bringing the normal or better Equas. And get out. And then meanwhile, we're going to go to this bench before they start making a bajillion Equas and take that off the priority list. Oh. All right. Oh, did I grab the baby ones? It's fine. They still shortened the trip because reasons. It's fine. It's half a day there, half a day back. Oh, you need to be allowed to sew again and allowed to sew again. And also, research known, harpsichord. Not anything I need, so cool, I guess. So I'm going to remove all the roofs here. And we're going to wait to remove the roofs up here just until they get the walls built so I don't accidentally collapse a roof on myself. Let's see. Do you know if the 0.5 trips is 12 hours or half the travel time in a day? I believe it... I mean, it'd be 12 hours. So, I mean, what you're saying sounds like the same thing to me. The point is, they should go from here to there in 12 hours or half a day, which is the same thing. You notice the farm is 2 tiles down from the top and 1 tile away? It is, isn't it? That's not what I want. I think that's because technically this isn't a square. Technically it's it'd be 2 tiles taller than it is wide. Oh, you thought you did it on purpose to mess with us? No, that wasn't actually a deliberate, like, malicious thing I did. Oh, schedule. Yeah, you're unrestricted. White is our guest who should be getting out of here soon. We went from major break risk to no break risk and back. Infection extreme. Okay, but you are going to make it. That's fine. Oh, caravans only travel from 60 to 24 hours. They sleep. Oh, gotcha. It probably does not factor that in. Because we're not there yet and we've stopped moving. So if we sleep for over half a day... Why are you eating raw... Why were you... What is our... I'm suddenly having that momentary thing where you go, okay, what is our, venerated animals? We don't have any. Okay, good. Because I was worried we had at some point got attacked by one of our venerated animals, so we took no penalty because it was an attack. And then we weren't eating them because venerated, but actually made meals. But that was not the case. For some reason, Lardine is like, I don't want your pre-made food. I want a stack of corn. Raw corn in the mouth. That's what I want. No judgment. Or maybe a little judgment. But, it's an interesting choice. The caravan has arrived. So, fulfill trade offer. Yep. And now, go home. Alright, so we have where they'll be attacked. I would rather take the goodwill, because actually that goodwill would put us up to allied. I think that's fine. Because we don't get to wait till they get back. That's not a bad position for you to show up, honestly. That's pretty close to my base. The downside is they might get a little bit of cover, but I think we can work with that. Do you have the shield builders? It's Sonoran. It's Sonoran. It's fine. So when it hits about 5 in-game hours, we run everyone out there, and I'll plan to have my people here, so as they come around, we just start blasting. Lardina's feeling a bit corny. Sometimes it happens. Now, granted, I am going to judge about eating raw corn, but, you know, if you really want corn, I guess that's fine. Okay. Guns. Here. Melee. There. Refugees. Find a line of defense. Hey, Jaywalker, how's it feeling? How's it feeling? How's it going? Brain had 2 sentences and mushed them into 1. Take that apart. They should attack any second now. Any second now. There it is. Oh, you poor unfortunate soul. New plan. Don't worry about any other strategy. Rush them. And you just go back about your day. Poor Dan. So I was gonna say, we're 4 misses in. No, wait, please, please, don't shoot. Please, we have this. You don't need to shoot. Stop shooting. There we go. Just one enemy. Dan, in fact, was not the man. No, they were not. Dan was very dead. Considering Luxray is already healed from the injuries sustained in that fight. Mad Rat. Look, if you lose this thing at this point, I'm gonna be pretty unhappy with you. You got this, Mosbis, or whatever your name is. You can handle a rat, right? There you go, buddy. Good job. We are now allied with the Empire. Excellent. Caravan has arrived, so that's that quest done. Yeah, so that's pretty good. Alright, so what the heck do we have here? So we still have the person there, leave here today. We're not going to attack that. We got 3 days until that one's done. We haven't done anything with the Ancient Horn. We've got some stuff. Hide in your room because you saw a corpse. Sure. I'm more thinking hide in your room because there's vomit everywhere. But that's just me. Hide in your room because you walked outside and looked at the ground and went, ugh. You know what, for right now, go ahead and just clean the home zone. It's fine. We've got the extra capacity on you as our only hauler / cleaning person who could do like really nothing else. The ground's looking a bit on the scuzz side. Almost as much vomit as my Parks and Roller Coaster Tycoon? No. No, I remember with Roller Coaster Tycoon, that got wild. You'd have like 8 janitors standing outside your worst ride going, full-time job right here. Definitely not a min-maxed roller coaster. Alright, major break risk on you because you're hungry and have an awful barracks and you ate without table. The table is right there. We'll do that where we put just a bunch of dining rooms all over the place. What we do need is I do need probably more people crafting. You can remove the roofs up to here. And for right now, I'll put doors on both sides, but what'll end up happening is down the thing. No. We don't have the freezer technology. Keep in mind, no random research mods. I could literally launch the ship and still not have access to AC if RNG is unkind. I don't anticipate that being a thing, but that is technically possible. I mean, I've gotten to the point of starting to build the ship without, well, I didn't actually start building it, having the tech to start building the ship, and I still didn't have complex clothing on one time. It was rough. Like, literally all of this, I was missing just that one, and then we had, like, everything but, like, 1 or 2 filled out. We had, like, all death rest, all the gene processing and everything. We had advanced fabrication, and I think I was just getting Starflight basics. Heat wave. Thanks. Well, at least now I can actually make the passive coolers. So I'll put a passive cooler in this room, a passive cooler in that room, and a passive cooler in that room. Because I should be able to make that work if necessary. The trail offer retracted, that's fine. So our number of things that are going down here. So I'm gonna say prioritize that. Why stop refueling the fire. And then quest completed, cool. Then prioritize that. And then that. That way we can get people before they all start dying of heat stroke. Meanwhile, this shelf, storage, clear, critical, EMP, boom and boom, and smoke. Boom. That way, for like the various types of actions where I need to grab a specific weapon and take off with it, we've got it nice available. The only person I've seen who does random research, but you're also very good at the game, or knowledgeable at least. Yeah. Upsy, could you do a little research bench instead of a big one to force a little research? Yes. Yes, if I do choose to have just that bench, it will continue to do that stuff. And by all means, I could have sat there and taken the time to like take down my high-tech bench and all that. But I mean, maybe if I disabled it, I wasn't too worried about it. It's partly the fun of the meme of going, here we have people who they can still only make tribal wear, and yet they're getting ready to go into space. So they're like, I could travel in space, but you know, a t-shirt's just too much. Or unzone it. Yeah, no, there's things I could do. But that's kind of, like, that's the fun to me with the random research, no research, is you just get into weird situations. Like, I almost would never make the penicillin, or however you pronounce it. I'd almost never make that. But I kept getting it through the random research, and so I was like, you know what? Sure. Let's go ahead and do it. Why not? So it ended up becoming a thing that I started using. I was like, you know, this thing's actually pretty good. Like, I knew what it did, it's just, I never went out of the way to research it. It's like, oh, actually, if you get a steady supply of the stuff, you could just straight up be like, oh, malaria, did not happen. Cool, man. Like, it'll even tell you, like, you know, where it says, like, that meh, you know, malaria, it'll be like, malaria would have impacted these people, but because they're immune, does not impact. You're like, cool. You know, that thing just prevented 5 instances of malaria. Solar panels. So I do have electricity now. I just don't have anything but heaters I can use with it right now, so we're just waiting. If we do get geothermal, there's a geothermal vent right there that'll be easy to use. I thought there was another one down here somewhere. I guess not. There's one there. I thought there was 2 up here. There's one up here that's not hard to get a hold of. So we actually would have pretty good access to geothermal. Medical emergency on you. Heat stroke extreme. Alright, so we're trying. They shouldn't die now. They're not really cooling off, but they shouldn't die. Let the little fire go out, because that's a tiny bit of heat coming out of that. It is 109 degrees outside in the, you know, in the game. Starvation on the very last Lardine. Why is no one feeding you? Andrew. Oh, never mind, you're already on it. Alright, we're gonna do this. When one passive cooler isn't enough, you can make 2 passive coolers. Because it is heckin' 130. It is hot as heck. Let's see, your first art colony was about but child with malaria. Rescue this person. Rescue this person. Even with the 2 passive coolers, it's struggling to bring that temperature down. No, don't walk out there immediately and just get knocked out again, please. That is a wild hot time. Okay. Heat wave is over, so get rid of those. Actually, keep one of those in each of these rooms. But don't refuel them. You may refuel this again. And now let's try to find all our missing weapons. So these 3, unlink, link, storage, clear, important, weapons. So there's your assault rifle. There's uranium Gladys. Okay. They don't have a lot to give you. You've got some gold, which would be nice and all that, but that's not a priority right now. So for the moment, we have nothing to really give each other. Also, are you converted yet? No, but you're not awake. We'll wait till you wake up. Alright, there's the revolver. Where is your auto pistol? Got carried in here. It should be up here somewhere. There it is. Alright, that way everyone's armed again for when we get in the next fight. That's 54C? Yeah, it's hot. It's freaking hot. It's you went to someplace like the middle of like one of the world's worst deserts and said, what if I stood in this crap? Levels of hot. Or my understanding, Australia in general. You know, for the record, memeing. I do understand Australia gets pretty brutally hot if you get out in the outback. Hey, get out of my colony. Getting some solid reputation from, like, just one person wanting to stay here after the other. Like, very genuinely just blasting through giving people positive reputation. So it'd be good is to potentially win these 2 over. Now, granted, means we'll get just those ones, which are way more dangerous, but I'm okay with that. There's parts of Australia like hot, but don't think it hits 54C off the rate. Oh no, that'd be like, you know, serious heat wave. Yay! Luxray is now part of the band. So with that, everyone is converted. Go ahead and put that away. We have a dedicated hauler, so have fun, kids. How goes your gutworms, by the way? I-40s can happen daily in some areas. Oh yeah, no, that's I think was it Death Valley? Like when they have like a proper heat wave in Death Valley, they can creep up to those kind of temperatures, which is utterly terrifying. Oh my god, you're only at 99%? Alright, that's fine, whatever. I guess you were the one person we gave all the doctoring skills, so you're having everyone else treat you. It's sure. No one in my colony has a passion for doctoring. They all just kind of put up with it. Research known. Noble apparel. Cool. I'm going to queue this up even though they're just going to kind of not get it done for a little while, but that's okay. The good news about like all the, quote-unquote unneeded research we're doing is as we get each one, it's one less that I can pull out in the future. Sarah's 51.3C. Last place on Earth is Death Valley, 57.7. Yeah, no, I don't think it regularly got the temperature. I thought that was like the extremes in the summer. But yeah, the point being, it's an extremely hot place. You walk outside and genuinely heat stroke is on the menu. So they have noble apparel. Do we want to switch up anything? Because like, we could make some heckin' fancy clothes. A formal vest? I never looked at. So formal vest doesn't really offer. I mean, it's a formal vest. It doesn't really offer any protection. A robe, corset. Make a formal shirt. Okay, so we're making formal shirts, not these stinky button-down shirts. We gotta have our little floof. I'm sure it has a name, and I have no idea what it is. And is there anything else you want to do? Like any type of headwear? I see ladies' hat, and I am like, I assume that's a fedora. I mean, we're not making hats anyways. We got helmets. Asian colonists could wear Noble's apparel. The highest temperature in Australia was January 2nd at 50.7 C or 123 Fahrenheit. Yeah, that's awful. Okay. So we have the spare granite blocks. I don't know what we're going to do with that yet. We got the sandstone. So then we're going to make our outer perimeter out of sandstone. I'm not going to bother tearing down and rebuilding this wall. And the reason I'm not going to bother with that is because very genuinely when it comes to that, we're going to be expanding and probably tearing the wall down anyways. So, And then the easy damage spots we've already got taken care of. I could see using the sandstone for our paths. Like do like sandstone paths through the middle. You're not in the right spot. And the reason I'm only doing the one wide versus the whole three is, one, I don't have the materials. But also, what I am thinking is that later on I'll want to, like, do the sandstone paths with something else around it for aesthetic reasons. Because I'm building a giant base, let's just lean in on it. Alright. It's a waste of materials. It's fine. Eventually we'll get mining drills, and we will just drill forever. So you're getting pretty close. You're 2/3 the way to being fully treated off your gutworms. Alright. And so I think the next expansion after we get this built is I think we'll expand over this way. That way you can get the geothermal in this area. And then we can turn around and like put a pen in here. Let's see. Florida's had 109 Fahrenheit. Or 43°C. Alright, catch you later, Luxray. I thought we had gotten a little higher. I thought we got to like 111 or 113. Either way, it's nowhere near as hot as a lot of the other places. The only big thing we have is it's just pretty much every year we break 100. It's pretty close. Not all parts of Florida, but different parts of Florida. And then on top of that, it's always like humidity of like 87% or 92% or 100%. You're just like, oh my god, please just stop. Heat index. Ah, gotcha. Heat index versus recorded temperature. Yep. But yeah, I know you walk out. Like, it's both hot or cold when you're in humid climates. It just cuts through you. Grapo. That's not something I need right now. We've got guns. We've got all sorts of stuff. Grapo is not a big win, so that's fine. At least this time it seems to be getting all these earlier ones knocked out. Yeah, so you're just getting us the formal stuff. See, apparently the record for that area is 133. Yeah. Saving NG. Sorry. I'm not caravanning to do it, so you're on your own, friend. All right. Yep, I have no idea. The point is, it's expletive hot. Oh, yeah, let's not actually make the pemmican forever. Let's change that. Because while having a lot of pemmican is fairly convenient, I am realizing that I'm sitting on almost 2,000 pemmican going, okay, hang on, wait. That's actually becoming a storage problem. Now, don't get me wrong, the pemmican doesn't go nearly as far. Like, one meal, the equivalent of pemmican is like 50 or some nonsense. It's a decent pile. All right. One added bonus about getting all sandstone down is it will let our people move a little bit faster. I believe they get a speed bonus on that. I can't remember. Oh no, it's walk speed 100. Nah. Oh, actually, yeah, they will because the soil's only 87. All All right, so yeah, so get a little speed boost out of it. Not a big one, just a little one. But another thing we'll probably also do as we expand the operation is we'll, I'm just realizing I'm using all that sandstone, and that's what we're making our walls out of. It's fine. Maybe. Wild man wanders in. Alright, let's talk. What do you got? Meanderist. You're not convincing me. Psychic dependency. You're... no. The answer's no. Alright, they're not the biggest fans of each other. Don't like each other that much. Ooh, actually, Very Last Lardine has a legitimate chance with Chaotic Awesome. Andrew also has a very good chance with that. Okay, so we got some chances. Alright. So, how do you feel about each other? So, Very Last Lardine and Chaotic Awesome. So, Chaotic Awesome, you know, they mutually feel moderately okay-ish with each other. Versus Andrew likes Very Last Lardine, but is kind of lukewarm the other way around. Alright, let's do this. Nope. Alright, well, let's wait till a future attempt. Medical treatment needed. Getting pretty close to getting over our gut worms. Let Hendra shoot her shot. You know, honestly, let's do it. Hey, it worked out. Andrew, Very Last Lardine made a move in Chaotic, and Chaotic was just like, nah. And it was like, hey. Hey, you know what? Andrew charmed Very Last Lardine by mentioning her own body. Very Last Lardine responded well and is now Andrew Bitt's lover. Excellent. Versus, what did Chaotic Awesome... what did Very Last Lardine go for the cave? Very Last Lardine pursued Chaotic Awesome by telling a story about fate. Chaotic Awesome rejected the advance. When it's our fate to be together... I went, no. No, it is not. Andrew, you know, I'm actually very hot. You're like, what? I never thought of that before. You are very hot. Why didn't I think of that? Research known fire foam. You know what? I'm probably not going to use it anytime soon, but I'm not unhappy about that. Fire foam can be very, very good for imp raids. So I can put like a fire foam popper back here somewhere, and it can pop with that. Wild woman goes on the tile. Teetotaler, nervous, brawler. What was nervous again? You're not convincing me. You're a Neanderthal, which means you have aggressive trait. I'm not convinced. I actually have a pretty good mix of people right now, and don't get me wrong, having an extra person do construction and plants is a win. But unless I have like where I can give you dead calm to make the aggressive go away, I'm not interested. If I get where we can start messing around with the you know, xenogerms and all that, we can start taking those people that have aggressive and just remove aggressive. Alright, so one of them has a gun. They are going to prepare for a while, so let's lock everyone indoors. It is an even fight. We've secured everyone inside the property. Gonna keep them all doing their thing. We'll definitely need more crafters to cut blocks. We'll definitely need more construction people. But right now, we're on that point where we need to start being pickier. It's actually good timing that we're starting to repair those blocks now. Fire foam, love to see it. Alright, so you here, you there, you here. You've got the shield belt, as I recall. So you're going to take kind of on point. I'll have Luxray kind of ducking behind some cover, but ready to step in when the gap gets closed on. Oh, I should have remembered I could sit here and just spray shots at them as they walk by. Alright. Are you on Go Juice? Is that why you're moving so fast? You are on Go Juice. Get in there. Okay, so what do we got going on here? So they are the poison chokers, so I can never be their friend. They're also wasters, which means they're dependent on Go Juice, which is not. Oh, that is terrible. Who's the other one who's not dead? So we do actually get a mood bonus for patching people up. Oh, I don't think I could save you in time. We shot you good. But we can save this one. So we'll save this one. Alright, I don't have room for a prison anymore. Okay. So we'll have Andrew save this one. The other one we can't save in time. They've got a lot of blood coming out of places that, you know, you generally want to keep the blood inside the body. It's one of those things that, you know, people confuse sometimes. Are your clothes any good? No, they're terrible. You can keep them. And you're fine, and... Ooh, that's not happy. So we are missing an arm. Thandoran got their arm hacked off with an axe. So that's not wonderful. No corpses here, please. Corpses, human? No. And nothing rotten. Disease muscle parasites. Why not? Let's put it on the pile. Cause 2 split Thandoran's arm, right arm into neat pieces. Why would you call them neat? Why would you call them neat pieces? Serious pain. Alright, so we are in the market for a replacement arm. Because I can't determine my research, we have no idea if and or when we're looking for prosthetics. So we're probably going to have to wait for, I believe it is an exotic trader who will potentially have prosthetics. Or if we get really lucky with an Empire person, but I'd have to find one that doesn't have the Death Acidifier, which good luck on that. So Sindoran's going to be probably Sans arm for a while. And I don't believe I can do any operations to give you something. Yeah, no, because it's a whole arm missing, so I can't do anything about it. Some days are just tougher than others, and Sindoran is having a very tough one right now. What's your deal? Oh, gutworms. 2%, you should be out of here. 0% Ted. Never mind. Oh, right, because we let that go out because of heat. That'd help. Meanwhile, we cannot... Sorry. We don't gain standings for it, but we will get a little bit of bonus reputation. I don't want this person because as a waster, I believe they have the aggressive trait. They do. But on top of that, they do have problems where they depend on drugs that I cannot make, and therefore they're just living on borrowed time if I recruit them. Okay. That sucks. And Sindoran was our hauler and cleaner. So at least out of the people to lose an arm, I think absorbing the reduced manipulation on Sindoran of all of these people is probably the one I can handle the most. Versus, like, if it was, Chaotic Awesome being our crafter and our cook would be really rough. If it was Andrew who is our grower, that would be really rough. Lardine was our construction person, would be really rough. Luxray would not be ideal, it would limit our research, but that would be our second choice. Slow down our research, but at least everything else is kind of doing okay. Ah, we had packaged meals. It's like, why are we making when we are at 20 meals? Right, that's fair. Oh, good. Food poisoning. A sad prisoner. So we've got a prisoner with paralytic abasia. I could either take 4 advanced components and some gold or max out my reputation with the Empire. I think I'm going to actually go for the advanced components. Yeah, so we'll have you go and rescue this oh, never mind. Sindoran's already on it. Alright. Because we'll end up wanting a couple of advanced components by the time we get to fabrication and all that. Sure, that's probably no time soon, but you never know. So one thing we could do is bills. Make large sculptures. Do until you have 10 details. We can... Don't make them out of steel. How about you make them out of jade if we get a hold of jade. And you can make them out of slate, limestone, or granite. Because those will be stuff we just have laying around. that if we end up with a little bit, whatever. We're gonna have some fancy stuff. Actually, I've changed my mind. You know what? We'll queue to make art forever, but only with Jade. So we'll just get art as we find Jade. That'll be very expensive, but you know, it's something to do with the Jade that piles up little by little. And if we make poor quality stuff, we could just sell it for a pretty good penny. Okay. The colony's been going pretty good so far. We could definitely use the second crafter. One good news is once we get the clothes caught up, where everyone's clothed, we shouldn't have to worry as much about Chaotic just being stuck between these two. Because that's what's happening right now is, because Chaotic is both our cook and crafter, they make the meals to replace what gets eaten, and then they craft like a piece of clothing, and then they go back to cooking because people ate the food. Big base for 5 people? Yeah. But we'll get there. Colonist needed a rescue. Where did you fall down? You fell down there. Your revolver's on the cooler. It's fine. Because they're a wimp with gut worms and food poisoning. It is what it is. Flash storm. Don't strike the chem fuel, please. Colonist needs rescue. They got up. The food poisoning kicked in and they went right back down. Excellent. Okay, so we cannot convert them or do anything like that, so that's fine. So when we get up, we're gonna switch you to the auto pistol. Let's see. What's the room on the left top? Are those dandelions? Yeah, they're dandelions. It's the kill box. The dandelions are just there so trees can't grow in. Because the dandelions take a long time to, like, die or whatever when you plant them. They're very quick to plant. So I use dandelions to fill in my kill box when it's not something like mud or water that doesn't grow anything in. Because then it also doesn't give a walk speed bonus either. Okay. War Merchant. I don't think you can have limbs. Actually, I take that back. They can have, like, the hidden weapons or whatever. I don't think they can have, like, arms and legs, though. What is your problem? Food poisoning. What about you? Muscle parasites? Alright, so take our junk weapons, please. Keep the auto pistol, give her the short bow. Give her the poor quality cloth pants. Yeah, so they don't have any, like, limbs. Take the go juice. Take, like, 100 herbal medicine. I'm sitting on a mountain of it, it's a problem. And we don't really have much I want. Ooh. Follow that up. Is there anything I can give you to push you that last 9 standings? Gifts. How would you feel about some stuff? The herbal medicine we've already hit pretty hard. We can give the alpaca... Let's give you the tribal clothes, the children's clothes. The button-down shirt, the children's pants. The children's tribal wear. Poor quality guns. I don't seem to be convincing you. What if I gave you... Alright, we got allied. It cost us a lot, though. We burnt 1,000 pemmican for it. But that's okay. But this means I got a second ally. So at this point, we got them as friends and them as friends. And we got 1 neutral party that's doing alright. And then 2 that hate us we can become friends with, 3 that we can never make our friend. I think that's fair. And everyone getting just a little bit of food poisoning. Yeah, so it's the kids' clothing we got rid of. And the tribal wear, which we no longer need. Please haul that body out of here. Same with this one. We're not restricted? Cool. Starvation on you, which are already taken care of. Because you've got both gutworms and food poisoning. That's a wonderful combination. They've been repairing the orders. I'll let them finish repairing, and once they finish repairing, we'll put floors down in more of these rooms. Just so they're not... Like, to just increase the quality or whatever. Medical treatment on you. Pods arrived. Let's see. Nelson contacted you 13 days ago. You helped him in a desperate circumstances. And since then, he has gotten back at his feet and is now wants to reward you properly for your help by sending you the following. 6 Glitterworld and a Psychic Emanator. Did I mention there's a reason I always help the refugees? Because this is what they like to do. Because a Psychic Emanator, which granted I don't have power for it yet, but now I have a reason to hook up power, will just give everyone a mood bonus who's in range of it. So, we're at the point I could put windmills in here. Which might actually be fun. Do something like this. Which is not the most efficient way to do it. But hear me out, I don't care. It's fun. We're just gonna make a weird little pattern in the middle of our farm. Would be funny if sometimes they turned into a bandit leader and raided you. I actually don't know what's capable of happening. Because once the people in your world can, you know, show up in other people's factions and all that, like, stuff happens. But I don't know what they are actually capable of. I know this is overkill. Actually, don't build that one for now. Don't build this one for now. Build this one. So that way if we run low on materials. Xenogenetics is being researched. Okay. I don't got a place to do that, but I'm down. Let's do some mad science. Won't they obstruct each other? Oh, you're right. Boo. I was thinking... Well, actually, I don't remember if they obstruct each other. I forgot what the way you set them up. Yeah, I forgot the way you set them up and think. You should add 2 coolers to storage? That'd be great. I have no research, random research, so I can't actually do that. For those who don't know, I'm running the no research, random research, so it's like Randy Random has control of that, so I don't get to choose the air conditioner. I get it or I don't. Well, this kind of sucks. That just kind of ruins the entire design. It's fine. What we'll do is we'll just go like this, and then we'll just maybe put 3 windmills on this side. I don't think I could fit 6 in here, because the issue I run into is that won't fit on that way. But I can sit here and do this. Just do 3 across kind of thing. Like maybe if I backed it up around the corner and all that, it's fine. I actually don't plan on going hard into wind. It's just that gives me some power, so at least we got that thing running. But like I can't get batteries yet because random research and all that. So it's just to get like a little bit of a bonus. That's the reason I canceled the other, or not canceled, but I paused the other ones even before we realized it wouldn't fit. It's also the reason I'm not going to bother building the xenogenetics until I have a sustainable form of power. Thoughts on chem fuel? So if I get the chem fuel production, I can do that. The wood generator, I'm not against it. The only issue I have right now is I need to make a place where I can have a proper tree farm. Like, I actually got tree sowing, but I need to get that going, because cutting the trees down here, there's almost no trees in the near proximity. So we're already struggling on the wood front as is. Like, I've got 700. But yeah, no, if I get, like, very genuinely, if I get the biofuel refining, I have no problems with going into the chem fuel one. Actually, wait. What am I talking about? We've got a boomalope. I think you need 2 boomalopes to run one, but I forgot I had a boomalope. I almost never have one, so it just didn't cross my mind. I mean, that wouldn't be a bad thing. Where would I want to put that? Because I feel like I don't want to take up this space. Like, this I'll leave here for right now, but if it breaks, we won't rebuild it. Alright. So you'll just stay? That's fine. I'll take the goodwill. They run like 2 or 3 generators each, do they? It's very rarely I have boomalope. So it's one of those things that's like, wait, how much do you get? Where do I want to put those? I feel like they're gonna get their own dedicated space when I've got more room. Because I also feel like, I think once you build these, you can't move them. So I think for right now... I'm gonna... There's just not... we'll just mess with the design a little bit. It's fine. Right now, I'll build one up here. Okay. Check 2.4 generators per boom. Okay, I thought it was the other way around. But, excellent, good to know. Yeah, I'll keep that running, and then that'll augment it. With that, I can actually start setting up the Xenotech stuff. The issue is I don't really have a space for it. Which is the issue we have with everything, is I'm just waiting for the materials to get over here. Okay. Yeah, because what I want to do is get the bedrooms moved up here, and that'll free up some of the space here, especially like if I can get that one cleared up. If I can get that room cleared up, we could put that to use. That could become like the research area slash the xenogerm kind of thing, which would be pretty good. Oh, this also means because I have power now, get this out of here, get that out of here. That'll want to stay there for right now because we could use the Fire 4 stuff. But we can start putting the lights up in here. Moving over to electricity. So furniture, standing light. You can go over here. Furniture, standing light, and we can go temperature, heater, and heater. Research known, long blades. Okay, that's fine. Once I get a long blade, we can go here and get rid of the gladius. Let's make a longsword. Usually I make spear, but in this case I'm gonna make a longsword, and we're going to say only make it out of uranium. Because that way we'll get Sidoran, you know, a bit of a better weapon. Oh, I totally forgot. We got ourselves a new ritual for, Sorry, we got ourselves a new ritual for doing our stuff. So we can go ahead and... Yeah, it's just burn apparel. When that gets built, we can go ahead and get rid of this fire, move over here. So automatic refueling, no. We'll just leave that off. Alright, so that's going pretty okay. We'll have them start building that room as well. We'll need more wood, which is no surprise ever, but that's fine. We'll definitely need more supplies and all of that, but that's okay. We'll get there. Basically, we just need more people. So can Very Last Lardine be in here? No, ideology forbids it, so that'll be the next thing we'll change in the ideology is to allow it. And unfortunately, even with our dedicated hauling cleaning person, they're not quite getting the chem fuel done, but that's okay, they'll get there. Man, you still got gut worms? Alright, get that turned on. Compacted steel. Cool. And how are we doing with tailoring? Still got more of that. Yeah, also one of the issues with the gutworms and all that. Oh, here, we're going to take that down just 1,000. I don't need that much pemmican laying around. And eventually all those traps will go away. We've been leaving them in there just because we built them for early game. And they're still there from then because they just didn't get used. Stop ruining my plants. Kidman, stop it. Better catch you later. Thanks for the stream. No problem, Randall Thor. Thank you for hanging out. I really do appreciate it. It means a whole heck of a lot when everyone was popping in, hanging out, and all that good stuff. Alright. So I do kind of regret making that windmill. It's not worth tearing it down. It's just if it gets destroyed, or even then, like if we go and move stuff around later, then I can get rid of it. It just cut like one tiny little bit out of our berries and one tiny little bit out of our devil strand. Alright. Yeah, eventually I think I'll make a room that will have dedicated chem fuel in. In the meantime, another thing we can do is furniture. We'll make a shelf for the chem fuel right next to the generator so they don't have to walk very far. Yeah, so right now the bottleneck is I don't have enough people to do crafting. The one is busy constructing and mining, but if they do find time, they'll craft. Which there's lots of mining I still have them ready to do out here. Oh, I thought you were supposed to say under paralytic abasia the whole time. You just got lucky and you recovered early. I'm not gonna complain about that. 2 days they get out of here. Your muscle parasites have a little more time that we gotta worry about until we array for them. Yeah, eventually we'll replace that with sterile floors, but wood floors are better than no floors for the time being. Known research toxifier generator. Cool. Okay, so we got a normal quality jade statue. Let's go and plunk that in the corner to make this room nicer. And what's that worth? $650 for the one statue. That's not actually that bad. Not as bad as I thought it was gonna be. Yeah, it's also probably one of the other reasons why Chaotic Awesome is struggling right now is because they have those muscle parasites. It's massively penalizing their manipulation to just about half. So it is taking them way longer to get these other projects done until they get better. That's certainly not helping our cause. Okay. That's fine. In the meantime, we are just researching everything. One thing I can probably do, I've been putting off making this grow zone because I like to have it indoors. Let's go ahead. Okay, so with poplar trees, it'll end up taking around 30 days, even though the grow time is 15. So it'll take around 30 days to get like the full volume. We get 27 out of it, or we can have it take almost 60 days and not quit. We'll just poplar's good. We'll set up a grow zone for poplar to have a reliable source of wood for right now. It is nearby. We haven't made a fire break, so this is going to actually be a fire concern. But yeah. Have you ever used more one researcher? Yeah, no, I've done, I think the most I've ever done was 4. But, I don't particularly have need for it. We don't have someone who can just spare more people to sit there and grind research. Because, like, right now, labor is our bottleneck more than the tech. Like, I need more construction people, I need more crafting people, I need more growing people. So honestly, having Luxray be able to commit to it is pretty nice. But, I don't think I'd want to... Like, if I had 5 people, I wouldn't want 2 researchers out of the 5. I don't think. But yeah, no, I've used... I know I've used 3. I think I used 4 before. But, that was... I was doing a run that we're making our own, like, xenotype or whatever. That the xenotype we made was, like, frail and delicate and couldn't do manual labor worth anything, but they're really good at, like, research and crafting. So, like, an extreme version of genies. But they didn't sleep and all that. So it's a very extreme, like, genie thing. And it came to the realization that playing that one was basically you need to speed run your tech all the way up to being able to, like, do the rocket before things got out of hand, because they were completely incapable of winning a fight. And I actually did well. I think I got to, like, advanced fabrication before finally I got a raid that was substantial enough that I couldn't, you know, cheese my way around it with... Because the problem with this, all the weak ones is they take one hit and then drop. So any meaningful attack just would peel through them real fast. Well, that's... I wonder why you're... Like, you gave me, like, raids of, like, 5 and 6 before. I wonder why you're suddenly dropping your numbers. Oh, Neanderthals. That makes sense. Neanderthals are way more durable, so they throw smaller raids at you. I was like, we just did a raid of like 6 people. It's like, why did you drop? Friendlies. Oh. Well, that went well. Good job. I do appreciate the effort, but also, like, maybe next time don't worry about it. So, we should be able to go here and say, grab everyone, defensive positions. So, who was not yet assigned to a position? Very last Lardine. Wait. I'm confused. We already... Okay, whatever. You should be over here and you should be there. Because the assault rifle's longer range. And... Save defensive positions. Where are you going? You're going to ignite my wall like a big old jerk. Wasn't there 3 of you to start with? Where'd the last one go? Alright. You just hadn't seen someone do that one and thought it was doable? Oh yeah, no, I've You felt insulted with the weaker raid? Pretty much. I was like, come on, man, you've done worse to me. What's this nonsense? Yeah, they beat up our allies. There. I guess you took enough hits that it did ultimately knock you down. Alright, fair enough. But yeah, no, that's, I actually know there's a number of people who, when they play, who do, like, the 500% naked brutality kind of stuff, that I know a number of them, that when they're doing, like, Aishi and that, they'll end up putting up 2 research benches, because there's just kind of not a whole lot you can do in those tiles. So what they'll end up doing is building what they can, and while they wait for more stuff to show up in their tile, just have them slam out all the research they can. Well, that's how my ice sheet naked brutality was the ones I've done. You usually get that initial setup where you put your like little heated box and everything. You just have your person stand at the research bench for long hours till some random animal or person or whatever shows up the tile for you to hunt down real fast. And you just keep doing that till you get like either, you know, hydroponics and the basic setup to put that to use. You want to see an ice sheet run? They are extremely slow. They're not as hard now as they used to be, but they are extremely slow. Because it's a whole lot of standing around, waiting and doing research, while you hope something edible shows up. What makes ice sheet easier now? It's not as cold. Before, I can't remember if it was Biotech where they switched it, but I think it was before Biotech, ice sheet was more consistently cold. Versus now they made it so during the summer it's at least warm enough for tradespeople to get there. Alright. And the reason they did that is one of the negatives of Ice Sheet was content-wise is a bit boring, so far as content as the player. Because trade caravans wouldn't show up, because they'd show up and go, it's too cold, and then they'd leave. And then you'd have raids, legitimately sometimes the raids would just, they would show up on the tile, and then they'd have problems like with it being too cold and they'd leave. And so it can be very, very slow and very dry of things happening at times. You still get raids, but you'll get like mech raids will show up because they're one of the few things that can survive. You'll have bugs show up if you have any appropriate place for them to infest. You do get people who do raid, but like a lot of times during the winter they won't show up. Because it's just, you know, it's like negative 100 something degrees Fahrenheit. Even if you're wearing parkas and all that out there, it's really rough to try and get the appropriate clothes to be able to handle that. Alright. Got ourselves a little bit more reputation. It's funny, I don't have hospitality, but it feels like hospitality because we just have so many people coming by and staying at our place kind of thing. Merge Zero skill start solo ice sheet run was amusing. Yeah, no, it's you could genuinely give yourself really rough stuff. But yeah, no, you get mostly mech raids. During the summer now you'll get regular raids more. But yeah. The goal with all the raids was to not fight them. Oh yeah, no, you'd set up traps, do all that kind of stuff, but you could literally just use the environment on some of those. Because, like, there's, famously, there's where you can make kill boxes that the whole kill box just is effectively an incinerator. That's one option that you have. But in some of those ones, you can kind of abuse cold as well. Because as you can imagine, you have the whole thing with the ACs where they can make the room colder, but then they let off heat to the outside. You can make a cold room that's already, like, in that freezing situation, and then blast AC in that frigid area. Now, to make the cold room, there's a lot more setup. You have to have, like, layers to it. But, it is a thing you could do, is you can make a room that is cold enough to kill stuff. Just a long tunnel that he would have them go in and out repeatedly, and then they give up. Yeah, and if you have two, like, long hallways or, like, two paths to a tunnel, you could step back and forth on the doors, and it would keep resetting the pathing. Alright, so you got Molotovs and a bunch of melee. Not a huge fan of that. That is... no, they'll prepare. Did you two social fight? Is that what happened? Yes, you did. Hey, the friendlies showed up, and this time they actually have more reasonable numbers. Will they win this time? Let's find out. Oh, you're wearing black. All right, if this person goes down, we're stealing his clothes. Solid friendly fire by the Raiders. 2 for 1 on top of that. Nicely done. So sadly, the flak jacket. Molotovs. So I actually almost never use Molotovs. The big thing that people do with the Molotovs typically is they'll use them to burn their wealth, so to speak. Honestly, let's just push that. Yeah, no, I get that. I usually don't take the time to burn stuff, like, ever. I know it's... don't do it that way. So we can rescue that person. Hey. Lux, go rescue our friend. They did us a solid. Let's repay the favor. You're not that smart. Oh, you're bleeding out in 1 hour. I can't save you if I wanted to. All right. Put that out if you can. Okay. But yeah, no, I realize, like, if your kill box starts getting full of buys, you can just Molotov the whole batch. Or if your wealth gets too high, you can just take, you know, high wealth items you don't actually want, chuck them in a room, and then Molotov them. It's not a thing I usually ever have to worry about. Most of the time, I'm just chucking the bodies into a lake, and they'll just rot there. Oh, we have to intervene and make you manually fill that. That's always been my issue, is unless you have, like, a dedicated hauler who can keep up, the generators end up being a manual process. It's fine. I think it is the right answer for right now. But they gotta catch up with the hauling for a little bit. We could also go here and switch back to pollution clear area for our, where they sweep. I'm just marking that because that's where they will... Oh, wait, we missed spots. Because I have a mod where they only sweep where I tell them to. That way I don't have them out here sweeping this field, you know, where we're going to be killing stuff constantly. Yeah, so his medicine got pretty beat up, but that's okay. Alright. So we're getting most of this room done. We still have trees that they're probably cutting down. Yeah, so we still got wood piled up. Yeah, there's still lots of wood out there. The marriage is on. Andrew Bitts told Very Last Lardine that she wants to spend her life with him. Very Last Lardine agreed, and now the two are engaged. Aww. Boomrat is self-tamed. No. No Boomrat. You still have your muscle parasites. I'm so sorry. How's Andrew doing on... Andrew still has their gutworms too. Excellent. That's great. We've had those for like a season and a half. That's what happens when your colony doesn't have any good doctors. Those just become like forever sicknesses. And I could burn my glitter world on it. It's actually useful for me to use that because they can train their medicine. It's just kind of annoying. But hopefully pretty soon we can get another person into the fold here. Who are you? Why were you here? What was the deal with that person? Ah, there we go. I just saw that there were space refugees, so I was like, what? They're for a quest. They need to level their medical somehow. Yeah, and it's one of those things that stuff like muscle parasites is a fairly safe thing to level them with. Because it's not like you're fighting malaria or plague or flu where they can die. It does linger for a fairly long time, so it isn't a bad thing. Oh, you know what it is? It's because you're missing your arm, that your cleaning is very slow. It's fine. There's nothing I can do to help him unless we get an exotic trader popping in that I could potentially buy an arm from. Because he got hit with an axe and it came right off. And we're getting all the trees planted over here, because that'll be a reliable way of getting wood for a while. Once they're enough that we start getting a cycle, they'll be good. We have a party. Excellent. Here's hoping for a good tend. Can Factious bases on the world map not trade in exotic goods? I've not seen them. So like the bases themselves, I've not seen exotic goods, but it's most of the time when I go to trade, I'm just dumping stuff on them for reputation, or I'm going for something like mundane, like buying steel or components or something like from them. But I've not particularly gone, let me travel to a neighboring base to try and buy like an, bionic arm or something. I think the Empire might be able to have those. But I never really did. Can't remember. Shuttle has arrived, so let's deal with that first. Alright, so there's our goods. Show what we'll buy. Yeah, so we need a title. Yeah. Never visited stock unknown. It says they'll potentially buy those things. We did visit for a quest drop-off, but we have to have a high enough title to trade with them. Which we've been taking the reputation. We've actually done a bunch of quests for them. We took the reputation to max them out as allies. Because having them as allies can be very helpful. Because you can randomly get lucky where you have a bad raid, and then the Empire shows up. And even if they don't win, you know they're going to do at least a decent amount of damage upon arrival. And a good amount of time, they'll just straight up win the fight for you, so you can kind of dodge a singular fight here and there. You can also call them in a pinch where you're in a bad place. Come on, good tend. Come on, I want 50-something %. 0. Because they keep ending up treating her there versus in the hospital. Because it's coming up due while they're asleep. That's okay, they'll get there someday. Alright. Those muscle parasites are absolutely killing the rate we're getting our food and crafted stuff done. Because it means Chaotic Awesome's working at half capacity because they're in a lot of pain. And we're in the weird AI loop where our cook, she's trying to cook right now, but she's just hauling the corn there, and it won't be till they got almost all the corn put away or there's nowhere to put it that she'll actually go to the bench and cook. It's just a weird AI loop that happens with Common Sense mod. Is it hard making out parasites in the dark? Well, I mean, muscle parasites, it's not like you go into someone's arm and remove the parasites. They're physically in your muscle. They're a worm, effectively. You would treat it by, you know, putting whatever medication on it. I mean, in real life, you're not treating muscle parasites by throwing some herbs at it. Alright, so we got some refugees to help out around here. I normally don't like to let the refugees craft just because they'll start stuff and then leave. In this case, all 3 of them are really good crafters, so I think I'll have them help out. That's fine. Maybe in RimWorld they're stabbing the parasite with a needle. Yeah, no, but that's the thing. Real life muscle parasites, they're usually deep in your muscles, and it's not like they're like some big thing you can see. They're really tiny things, and usually the treatment is you take medication that ends up killing them. Except for there is a type that instead you actually use shoe polish for. But that's something you see on the surface. But you cover it with shoe polish because the particular parasite needs sunlight to survive. So you cover it up with shoe polish so it can't get its sunlight and it kills it. So it's especially, and it usually especially will end up getting on people's feet, that one. So if you ever see someone that's like, they're wearing sandal, it looks like they got a bunch of black shoe polish all over their foot, or like one foot is in a sock and the sock looks disgusting. That's usually what it is. They've got shoe polish on their foot and they're trying to cover it up because it looks weird. But it's dealing with that. Okay, so you want 24 medicine. Yeah, stab everywhere. And the reason I sent them instead of Sendoran, because Sendoran will have a reduced amount they can carry because missing arm. Alright, so you got a bunch of people making clothing and all that. They're just doing their best to try and catch things up. Because we can do that, we can get a bunch of blocks cut so we can continue building. I don't know what that is. Otan? I'm assuming it's some type of medication. But yeah, there's a lot of like medications and stuff they use. Different strategies for different things. But the point is, you're not finding some random root from the ground and, you know, and chomping on it or smearing your arm with it and likely to see any any real fixing of it. So, I'd assume in this world, it'd be basically kind of waited out. I mean, more than like you wouldn't even realize you have something. There's lots of stuff like that that you can have your whole life and you won't even have pain. There's a medication in rooms that's claimed to help against... Oh. I mean, if it's a medication made for treating worms, then yeah, that would work. If that's its job. Yeah, but then the COVID thing ended up being misinformation. I mean, they were recommending all sorts of garbage for that, and 90% was like, no, that's actually really bad, don't do that. The classic, there is no cure for the common cold, let alone anything worse than the common cold. Hey, Server Lord, how's it going? Like, just like there's no cure for the flu, but we can do preventative things. Oh, you're a Hussar? Boo, I just missed that. That means they're gonna be really, really irritable about a lot of stuff. At least they're gonna have that fall off while they're sleeping. The Hussars are really good in the fight, but absolutely a pain in every other way. Oh, don't set that there. You made fancy formal shirt? Don't do that. You made a really nice shirt. Someone should wear it. That way they can feel pretty. Okay. Yeah, so we're actually getting block cut again, so we can start getting these buildings done. Do the traders have Gojus? They're not traders. They're the Empire you don't trade with. Instead, what ends up happening with them is you give them people or gold for stuff. Inspired taming. Nah. I'm content. I could get the Muffalo, and that wouldn't be a bad move, but eh. Let's have... I don't have enough wood, because it's... We have enough wood off in the outskirts last I looked. No, we don't. War Merchant. Okay, maybe we get lucky and get something good here. Alright, so Steel Knife out of here. The Uranian Gladius, I'm going to get rid of at this point. Recurve bows, get out of here. I'll get rid of the Molotovs. Get rid of the worn out shirt. No one seems to want the hat, so we'll get rid of that too. Get rid of the worn cloth pants. And unfortunately, they really don't have anything I do want, which has been a reoccurring theme, sadly. New lovers. Zug tried to attract Bertha by mentioning his own looks. Bertha was attracted, and now I'm happy that the refugees are finding love in these trying times. And a piano. Excellent. So I've almost got these built so we can start getting everything moved over. Which actually, we've reached the point here that I can put heaters in. So put the vents in, because I wasn't anticipating having everything you need to hook up this for a while. Because we put the heaters in this narrow middle spot. Oh, apparently it's just gonna let me put that over there. Yeah, because that was... We can put the heaters in this narrow middle spot to heat all this up, and then one of these will be replaced with an AC later. And then we can walk in, repair that, and it can handle these rooms. How are you doing? Are you over your parasites yet? Oh, you're slightly closer being over them. How about you and your gutworms? Come on, get rid of the gutworms. Gutworms are gone. Yeah, so it is actually very convenient for what we were dealing with that we got 3 crafters as the refugees visiting. And how long do we have them for? A whole season. I can certainly live with that. Because that should let me get almost all this stuff caught up. We've got the chem fuel. I'll put on a marble shelf up here. Go. We're being raided immediately by our group, and they're just raid immediately. Go right in. Yep. So nothing special. Raid immediately. Just go right on in. So we'll go ahead and get everyone drafted. Defensive positions. And you 3, get ready to aid in the defense by throwing your bodies at the enemy. Now, the one downside about doing the dandelions in this room to prevent the trees from going in is they are flammable, and that can be both pro and con. Because the pro is, as you start getting this area filled with fire, it makes it so the enemies have to like maneuver around in a bunch of different ways that you can have it where they start going down this way, the fire spreads in front of them so they go back and out, and that can be good. The downside is your kill box is on fire, and it can make ways that weren't planned to go through and cause all sorts of headaches. Ooh, what do you have here? A smoke pot pack. I don't like that. You're definitely on go juice. Okay, that's fine. Mad guinea pig. I will deal with that in a minute. Because what we want to make sure we do is this one, not you, this one here has that. So we're gonna strip them because even if I don't use that, disallow those, haul that as well. Honestly, haul the plasteel knife. Getting ourselves some free tech is always a good time. Solar flare, don't care. Alright, so getting everyone patched up real fast. Just gonna poke out as soon as that's done. Oh, guinea pig is in the kill box. So let's just grab you 3. Because you're not involved in this. There we go. Alright. Why are you running around if you're bleeding from your arm? Okay. Let's see, maybe you'll forbid making paths out of stone for now? In the meantime, you can fish rooms. Different types of stone. These paths are different stone than that. This is sandstone, this is marble. Oh, the barbecue is coming to us, hooray. Yeah, it's just like fed itself right in. But it is what it is. Yeah, the problem is the gas mask is tainted. So if we wear it, we take a mood debuff for wearing something that someone who died was wearing. Versus the gear, so like the fire foam backpacks, the smoke pop backpacks, jetpacks, shield belts, those kind of things. If you kill someone wearing those, they don't get the tainted tag. So that's the reason why I was like, strip that person, take the smoke pop pack. But that's also why I was like, leave all this other crap just laying on the ground. Because that, you know, flak pants I would take if they weren't tainted. Because, I mean, bullet resistance. Even with the tainted, it's kind of a, okay, you get a negative. So that's kind of, oh, you don't want to reuse. Alright, so let's go to our guests. Assign. No drugs, no drugs, no drugs. Alright, so you got peace talks with one of the people attacking us as an option. I definitely want to do that, but... Oh, wait, the refugees are going to be here for a long time, aren't they? 13 days. Alright, so that is one of those things that I can be a calculated risk. Where are those peace talks? Are those nearby or are those a long way? Oh, they are right here? Absolutely. Form caravan, go there, come back, accept. You are, I believe, considered our leader, if I recall, and your best social. So we will go ahead. I wish you could see right here which ones are the adults. Sweet. 0.3 days. So you can get there and back before a day's over. Yeah, and that's the thing. I could throw it on for a fight, but that means my character is potentially taking a mood risk during a fight. So I'm just going to leave it there. Ultimately, I would like to burn it. Here's one thing we could do, is go here, storage. Apparel, allow tainted, no. Weapons, bio-coded, no. And same thing here, we can go... copy that, click on these shelves, paste that, go here, and go to bio-coded no. Alright, so now I can unset these, and they shouldn't put into storage, and they'll burn if they get the chance. It's kind of amusing that Kenshi and RimWorld have pretty similar armor mechanics. Yeah. Way to be a jerk, game. Oh, it's a delicate wimp. Alright, yeah, let's do this. It's melee on melee. Delicate wimp versus a brawler. If they survive, do we want them? Depressive torture? No. No, we don't. Well, is this someone we can actually... No, they're not someone we can get A standings for. Alright, well, never mind. Reform caravan, go here. Except, we are not bringing them with us. I will be taking your food. And that is all. Yep. All right. Cut his arm. Yeah, no, I think So if I remember, I'm assuming the fight was over fast. Yes. Peace talks were a success. We've increased our standings by 70. That means they're still hostile to us, but they are way, way better. Yeah, and the Wimp drops some food. Yeah, it was basically we two-tapped him and it didn't do any damage to us at all. But yeah, no, it's you can't just right-click and say remove arm by normal. You could sit there and take the time to install a peg leg and remove a peg leg and install a wooden hand and then remove the wood. But that takes a long time to go through that whole process, and you have to use medicine to do it. Now, I'm sure with mods you could hit a thing and do that. You could also potentially just right-click and choose to attack them. I believe you just choose to attack them on the ground. But your chances are you're just going to kill them. So, ultimately we just moved on. They would die anyways, so I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, so we got 70 standings with one of our enemies. So that's good. That means if we throw some stuff at them soon, we can probably put them to neutral. Once they're neutral, they can send trade caravans. And once they do trade caravans, then we don't need to worry about their attacks anymore. Well, I mean, sorry, we can set trade caravans. That gives us the benefits. When they're neutral, it's fine. Yeah, we can get rid of the Neanderthals, and then we just have these three left. So you've seen people luck out with a sword hit to remove both legs. Perfect blood bag for vampire run. Yeah, it's actually one of the reasons I don't use the vampire runs very often. Is I'm not someone who actually, like, way back I did all sorts of move on. Like, way back I used to do all these, like, ridiculous kind of over-the-top, you know, cannibalism, awful runs, whatever. It was before streaming. But it kind of lost its novelty pretty fast. And so nowadays, I, like, really don't do hardly any negative stuff. And I've done the vampire runs where you do have the blood bag and all that. But it's kind of one of the things that makes me not really enjoy those runs, is having, like, a locker room full of people who are just there to feed blood. And just kind of like, eh. That's a side of RimWorld that, for me at least, the novelty ran out pretty quickly. And it's like, yeah. It's also honestly harder to play the game and not be absolutely horrible. Like, being horrible makes the game easier. But yeah, so I don't do the cannibalism heavy runs or any of that. Yeah, no, I have, like, never do slavery. It's just the kind of stuff that, for me, I don't even have an interest in, like, you know, simulating. It's just not one. Let's see, JR says, I've seen one run of the vampires. They were good fighters, but they're negatives too. Oh yeah, no, we've done vampire runs, and it's like they murder anyone they get in a fight with. They're really powerful. Unfortunately, then they get in a social fight, and they murder your own people. Oh, battery, that's good. You know, they end up murdering your own people. I had one vampire run where my vampire, even without, like, really bad mood breaks, they would just have, because their aggressive trait, the aggressive would trigger and they'd have a mood break because of it. And they would social fight someone and immediately decapitate them. And I had that happen 3 times. I'm like, this sucks. I'm not actually having any fun with this. Because what's my counterplay? Like, leave the vampire unarmed until I'm ready for a fight? Which very genuinely might be. Alright, so with that, though, we are hitting about that time in the evening. I actually lost track of time. We're a little bit over my normal schedule. But as a reminder for everyone, I do stream 6 days a week, so every day but Thursdays, from 7 p.m. EST till 4 a.m. EST. You'll notice it's a little bit after 4 a.m. But with that, I do play a variety of games here on Twitch, including RimWorld, including Kenshi, including, like, farming sim, simulation, tycoon, all that stuff. We are doing our push for the Plus program, so that's only tier 1, 2, and 3 subs you buy for yourself that count towards that. But if we hit that goal of the 100 plus points, that means I effectively get a whole extra 10% income kind of thing from Twitch from no additional cost. But we are down to, like, our last 3-4 days to qualify, and we're still 10 points short, which is a tier 3 sub and, like, 2-3 tier 1 subs will be all it takes to push that over that line. But we are making it. So with all that said, I am going to go ahead and go to the ending stream screen and find someone for us to raid. For those who are over on YouTube and TikTok, there is no such thing as raiding over there. So the stream is just going to end for you, but don't forget to like and subscribe and that kind of stuff. And I do hope to see you again tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST. But goodbye, YouTube and TikTok. And what is going to happen over here on Twitch is let's see who we can find